Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Donna.
Hey, Dominique. Hey, Amy. Tanisha, it's nice to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I have yet to meet you. I can turn on my video so I can say hi. Hey, everybody. But I'm going to be in the background. I'm going to turn my audio off. Hello. Hi, Paula. Amy, do you need anything? I can't hear you.
Yes, I have a question. Can you hear now?
I can.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. So I know that when we talked about if someone has a question, I'm going to be mostly looking at the PowerPoint. And what I realized is Dominique said she gave to me, but I only get about 4 people at the top of my screen.
Yeah, it shows, I get a message that your bandwidth and Paula's bandwidth are both low. So you're moving very, very slow.
I see. Okay.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't know if you have several programs open.
Oh, let me check, make sure it ain't.
Let's see. I have my email open.
Okay.
Which I don't necessarily need. I pulled up the schedule. And then
I sent your reviews.
Donna, you said I was going to have access.
Yeah, you do have access. I gave it to you.
I do have what?
You do have
control.
control.
You gave me access to Canvas.
I gave you control over the screen. You have
in Canvas.
No, I have not given you control of Canvas.
And so
all you have to do is just open it. So this morning,
just open it. Okay.
This morning I sent you a copy of your review. So if you'd rather open it from your computer than from Canvas, you can do that.
Okay.
Paula, are you one of the participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good. Okay, we're just waiting for Cherae. Cherae and I had a good session yesterday, so she should be all set as well. If you don't mind, Paula, I'm going to
Do
mute.
you know?
Huh? I'm going to mute Paula um, just for a moment, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that's fine.
Cherae is here.
Good morning, Cherae. Donna, do you know if from Canvas, am I muted? Do you know if from Canvas I can run the PowerPoint like slideshow?
Yes, you
Or
can.
oh, I
You
can't.
can access, all you have to do is open it, but your bandwidth is so low.
Let's see.
Um,
Was it this low yesterday?
no. Are you on a different computer?
No, I'm on the same computer.
And you didn't switch internet providers yesterday?
I did not. I mean, I can turn my phone off the Wi-Fi. Maybe that'll help. Maybe I didn't have my phone on Wi-Fi yesterday.
Well, you look great.
Thank you.
Do you
Thank
have,
you so much.
you're feeling good this morning?
I'm feeling good. Yes, much better actually.
Good.
All right, because I can actually.
Good morning, Cherae.
Module 6, Module 2.
Good morning, Donna. Morning, ladies.
Good morning. Cherae, do you feel like we need to go back to 4?
Where do you remember where we ended? It was so long ago.
You don't really have time.
We don't have time. Okay.
No.
Great. So I won't
I
even
knew
pull that
you were
module
going to say
up.
that.
Okay, there's people showing up. Yay.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let them in.
Okay. You all don't have time to review 4. You need, did you both get the schedule?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have time for that.
Okay.
You barely have time for 7. But you know, the panel is going to join us about at 2:45. So
Okay. So I think I'm going to run it from, I'm going to run the PowerPoint from my flash drive then.
yeah, I think it'll be better.
One, two, three, four.
Do you have any last questions? You feel good?
I feel good about it. We're just gonna see how it goes here. I think, you know, I guess I'll just stop and ask for questions. Because I feel like when I go to, well, let me try to share the screen.
What the heck?
You can see my screen okay?
Hold on
Yes.
a second. Yes, I can see it.
Wonderful.
I'm putting your poll together. Are there certain questions that you like to ask? Like, did you understand the following information or?
I don't know, Donna.
I
That
just,
sounds good. I trust your judgment. Did you understand? Are you following? Something along those lines, I guess, would be good. Did my bandwidth change with my phone off?
okay, hold on, let me look. Okay, cool. Shit, why does it keep doing that? Sorry. Let me put this down. No, it didn't change, but rather it still says low.
Okay. All right, let me try a couple things over here.
Dominique, you want me to admit Corey?
I already did.
Okay.
Dominique, I love your photo, by the way.
I know.
Thank you.
Uh,
I'm still here.
yeah.
Okay.
I have this. Okay.
Just not moving.
Good morning, Latoya.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
My husband is here, but he doesn't have his own login yet. So, do we also need our IDs?
Dominique.
Sorry.
4/2. Okay. What date was this?
No.
Still updating.
Okay, Jamie. Latoya, the only thing I ask is that I understand that he doesn't have the login, but you guys both need to be in the camera. Like David and Javier, they're both there, so I can see that you guys are both. Yeah.
Good morning, Dave and Javier. I. How are you guys?
Doing good, and you?
Good. How is the sheltering in place?
It's going. The days all run together.
I know it. I know it.
I'm still working every day, going to the office. So it haven't changed for me.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Amy, I think you'll be okay.
All right. Yep, I think so too. I think it's just going to be a little bit of practice of toggling back and forth from the PowerPoint to the videos.
Yeah, and if you want me to, I can play the videos.
Oh, okay. That might be easier.
Yeah.
So I would just say now's the time to play the microaggression video.
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep.
Okay. Great. All right, then let me get back to the PowerPoint.
I'm going to turn my video off because this is your show. So good morning, everyone. I'm Donna Orvis. I'm the person that set this up, one of the people that set this up for you today. And I will be around, but this is Amy and Cherae's workshop. So have a good day.
All right, good morning. Is everyone here? Are we ready to get started? Well, nobody can. Doesn't look like we have everyone yet.
Where's Cherae?
I don't see her.
Me neither.
She may have lost connection.
Dominique, are we waiting for, I know we're waiting for Cherae, but do we have mostly everybody so far?
So far, everybody that responded back to me via email yesterday, it looks like, let's see, the McBrides are here, the Lloyds, David Javier.
Like our class was bigger than this.
Yeah, so.
All right. So Dominique, yes, we have everyone minus Cherae. So as soon as Cherae gets back here, we should start.
Let me go ahead and text Cherae, and because you have the beginning, and then I'll text her to see what's going on, and then I'll add her. Oh, there's Gwen. We have another participant.
Hi, hi, good morning. And then Dominique, for the people who are not, I can't see them. I just see their names.
So they need to start their video.
All right, so that would be Corey, Tanisha, Jamie. I only see your names. I don't see your faces. I'm looking for faces this morning. It's good to see everyone else's face. And I think everybody's muted, so if you are saying nice things back to me, I can't hear you.
They can chat in the room.
Okay, we'll go over the chatting feature. All right, we'll just give it a couple more minutes.
Tanya, do you know the password for here? It finally got up to.
I think you're on the video and everybody can hear you.
That's better, Amy. whatever you did.
Thank you. I have
Yeah.
more lighting, actually.
You're more clear.
Right. This is different, everyone. All right, so why don't we go ahead and get started? I know we only have we have a kind of a tight schedule today that we want to stick to. And so I'm going to go over sort of how we're here, also what you can expect, and go over some of the details of Zoom in case you haven't, if you're not that familiar with it. So good morning. My name is Amy Saucier. Thanks for coming back. Here we are at our mid-pandemic RFA training. So I know that our second cancel got postponed, and here we are. This is new technology for many, so we will be patient with some of the technology complications that may arise, but hopefully we can get it all worked out. And so I'm gonna just tell you a little bit about, give you the orientation of Zoom. So at the bottom of your screen, there is a place where you can chat. And if you click that chat, there a little window will pop up and you'll be able to talk to us through there. Most of the time you'll be on mute. And that's just really for background noise and things like that. There's also a place where you can raise your hand. If you go into participants, I believe it is, there should be a space in there where you can raise your hand. If you click on more, I believe it is. Oh, more gives you the emojis. If I ask you a question, you can click yes or no in that box. Let's see. What else is there to do? I won't tell you about changing your background. You can do that and be fancy on your own time. Okay, so that's, there's also a little reactions box at the bottom where you can give me a thumbs up or a claps or something. All right, so that's that. And then in terms of Canvas, throughout the day, I'm looking for the schedule, which tells me what we're doing first. So give me 1 second. Here's the schedule. Okay, so I'm going to have the first section where we're going to be talking about cultural humility and Soji. And within that section, it's about an hour, hour and a half. We're going to have some quizzes along the way. And then we'll definitely have some breaks. So our first break, it looks like, is scheduled for 9:55. So we're going to really try to stay on track in terms of the schedule, just to so we can have a smooth process here today. And then we will start section B, it looks like around 10:55. And then in between, you know, there will be some music playing, we will break for lunch, we'll come back, we'll do another section, then we have some panelists for you in the afternoon, and then you will finish your Canvas activities. So that is the plan. Now, if you get dropped from the meeting for whatever reason, you can just go back to your email and click back in. It should just let you right back in. We have wonderful people behind the scenes here to help me out today. And so they will be working diligently behind to make sure that this all goes smoothly. So I would like to thank those people. Donna, Dominique, and Erica are our behind the scenes folks, and they will keep me updated on things that are happening. Okay, and so maybe I should ask before we get started, do we need to go over the, we had some agreements at the beginning. Should we go back over what the agreements are? Do people remember? Yes, here, we should just go over them. Is Cherae back? It's not, okay.
No, she's having technical difficulties, and I'll let her back in when she's fixed the problems.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll just go over the agreements that I remember, and then, because it was quite a long time ago. So I know we were gonna listen, we were gonna, sort of pay attention to our language, that there really aren't any bad or wrong questions, but know that sometimes the language we use can impact other people, so just be mindful of that. Be open to other people's views. One diva, one mic, I remember that one. Managing our technology. So I know you got an email saying sort of we had to be able to see you on the screen to know that you're participating. And I know that it is very different doing things from home. So I know there are distractions, but we're gonna try to make it through this the best we can. Trying to think if there were other ones. I can't quite remember them all, but I mean, the gist of the agreements is really that we are paying attention to other people's perspectives and trying to look at these things from a lens of an open mind. And so we will carry on, that being said. All right, so let's get started. Let me try to get you back to my screen, the PowerPoint. And be able to share my screen with you. Let's see. I think it's this one. All right. Can everybody see that? Someone give me a, okay. Thank you. All right, so we'll do this. And then we'll do this. Okay. So we're going to start here with cultural humility. And we are then going to go into SOGI, which is sexual orientation, gender identity expression. And I remember I gave you homework last time to find out what that means. So hopefully everybody did the reading and things like that. And we're going to start with actually an activity. So the identity activity. And what it is really is in Canvas, you have a nice picture. Let me see if I can smoothly go back there. It's going to be the point here, is to be able to do this smoothly. See if I can do it. Nope. Sorry, that's not the right one. Sorry, folks. I want to get to the Canvas thing. Okay, we're doing better. A little ahead of that. Here it is. Okay. So here's the activity we're going to do. And basically, I like to start here because I think that oftentimes we talk about culture and
Switch screens.
switch screens, sorry. So you can't see the identity activity? No. Okay.
No.
It's all right. It's good. We're getting there.
We are getting there.
We're gonna get there. Not that one. Stop doing that one. All right, we don't need that anymore. There we go. Okay. Go back here. Share screen. Please say we got there. Can you see a flower shape?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we start here because we used to talk in the language of cultural competency. And cultural competency, just the way in which the language comes across, is that we will at some point be competent in someone else's culture. And that is sort of the way it was taught in the past. You could go to this class, you go to one cultural competency class, and you're done, right? You're competent. So this activity is really to illustrate how many different cultures we actually have. So in each one of these pie pieces or flower petals, whichever feels better to you, you could put one of your identities. So in my identity wheel, I would put biracial, I would put 40s, don't ask how old, I would put gender nonconforming, I would put therapist, all these different identities that I have. And in those spaces, if you were actually to think about, are you ever really competent in all things biracial? I'm certainly not, right? There are many different experiences of people being biracial. I'm also from Chicago, but I lived in a very specific part of Chicago. So there's no way I could ever know everything about Chicago. Similar to the Bay Area, I claim Bay Area status because I've been here, going on 17 years. And so I have, but I still have never done, I haven't done everything in the Bay Area. I don't ever know everything about Bay Area history, right? So that idea, that activity is to really ground us in this idea that we can never be competent in anybody's culture, but the language has changed to more cultural humility. And cultural humility is just really sort of acknowledging when you know there's something you don't know, being okay with that discomfort, and also trying to find out more. So it's I see it as like a staying curious stance, and also, just acknowledging that we can't always know everything. Okay, so this is in your Canvas activity. You can fill this out. I'm going to try to take us back as best I can to the other screen. So let's see if I can do that. By the afternoon, I'm going to have this down, and we're not going to spend this much time in between, is my hope. That is my hope. Maybe I should ask if anybody has any questions on that identity, activity, or thoughts. Oh, did I see a hand raised? I did. Well, I saw Dominique raise her hand. Okay, so let's unmute Dominique. Were you raising your hand, Dominique?
No, sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
I raised my hand.
Oh, you raised your hand. Great.
Hi.
What's your question?
I'm not clear on the campus. Do we have access to that? Is that what you're saying? The activity?
You should have access to Canvas.
I'm gonna add the link to the chat in just one moment.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. I'm doing other stuff in the background.
All right. Did I see any other hands raised? Nope. I don't know why this is so difficult. I'm so sorry. I just want to get back to the PowerPoint. Oh, here we are. Share screen. Go back to this. I even practiced this, so I apologize for that. All right, so we talked about that. So we train on cultural humility because there are many racial and ethnic differences with our resource parents and the children that we see in child welfare. There are many religious and spiritual differences. Social class comes into effect. There's language and norm differences. Like I said, growing up in Chicago, we did things very differently than Bay Area things. I remember when I got here, you know, putting salad on pizza was a very bizarre thing to me. And, you know, I'm known now to put arugula on a pizza, but when I moved from Chicago, like and that's just about pizza. We're not talking about parenting and raising children. There are very different ways in which people raise children. And so we have to talk about these things in order to make sure that we're being mindful of how other people are doing things. Gender and sexual orientation differences. And this class used to be a little bit different. Now we have primarily family members, which is different from when I first started in my class. It was a foster parent class at that time. There were very few relatives. It was probably 90% strangers. So the conversation around SOGI and gender identity really has shifted a little bit, because then we were talking about, you know, we need to prepare your home for children who are LGBTQ. And now the conversation is really around, if your child or grandchild or family member identifies, this is how you can be supportive. It's a little bit of a different conversation. And I know we do have, at least one family that's non-kinship. So I just want to be mindful that the conversation has shifted a little bit. Lifestyle, food and clothing, and so many other things. So now, Donna, could you play my intersectionality video and I will introduce it. So thinking of all these different cultures, I'm going to show you a little video about intersectionality, which is really the spaces in which our identities overlap. And the concept itself comes from a person, Kimberly Crenshaw, who was talking specifically at the time, maybe in the 90s, about how race and gender, when you put those two concepts together, there's a different impact for like Black women than Black men. It's a different experience. And so, let's see, I'm gonna stop sharing this. Let's see if Donna is able to play my video. If not, it might take me a second to get back there. Okay, maybe I'll have to. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Donna. I don't think this is it. There we go. This is it. But we can't hear it. I can't hear it. Can anyone else hear it?
A place where things come together.
Intersectionality refers to the reality. Intersectionality. Have you heard this word before? Even if you have, you might not know what it means. Let's take a look at it. The first part's easy enough. Intersection, a place where things come together. Intersectionality refers to the reality that we all have multiple identities that intersect to make us who we are. It also gives us a way to talk about oppressions and privileges that overlap and reinforce each other. This term dates back to the 1980s and legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw. She noticed that we didn't have an effective way to talk about how the experiences of Black women are different from the experiences of Black men and of white women. How? Black women endure both gender discrimination and racial discrimination. Over the last 30 years, scholars, educators, and activists have expanded the use of the word intersectionality to talk about identities beyond race and gender. Let's look at a few examples. Jerry has a disability and his family lives below the poverty line. He is the oldest of 10, which requires him to do a lot of caregiving and sometimes keeps him out of school. No one in the school counseling office has talked to Jerry or his parents about his plans for after graduation. He has applied for several jobs, but never gets called back. Fatima is Muslim and recently came to the United States from Somalia. She finds that many people at her school make assumptions about her values and abilities before they speak to her. Many of her classmates think she shouldn't be at their school at all. Greta comes from an affluent family. Both her parents and grandparents went to college, and her father owns a successful business. She doesn't think about her identity very often, but she does think of herself as someone who will go to college and get a good job once she graduates. Think about Greta's situation as opposed to Fatima's or Jerry's. Fatima and Jerry are members of marginalized groups. They don't get to choose whether or not to think about their identities. Greta, on the other hand, can ignore intersectionality if she wants to. Life isn't the same for everyone, even for people who share identity characteristics. By adopting an intersectional lens, we have a better opportunity to understand why and to change the institutions that help and harm us based on who we are. Want to learn more? Read our story, Teaching at the Intersections, in the summer 2016 issue of Teaching Tolerance magazine.
So thinking about that and thinking about how maybe you're treated in spaces and different spaces depending on where you are. So, you know, I get very different treatment when I, you know, walk down International with my bow tie on, for example. And I sometimes don't really notice when I get out of the car. I'm kind of just getting out of the car and I'll get about 10 feet and I'll be like, oof, I'm not sure if I should. It's like, should I take my bow tie off? Should I leave it on? There's some ways in which I kind of hesitate to be in certain places dressed a certain way. And that isn't, that's an experience that happens depending on your race, depending on your gender, depending on your sexual orientation, where you are in the world. And so I didn't start going to work wearing a bow tie, right? I hesitated applying for jobs because of my natural hairstyle and people thinking that locks is not a professional hairstyle, things like that. I have had those conversations with myself, with my friends throughout the time. So I think in terms of the children in our homes, I know some of the things that have come up in the past in this class that we've talked around culture is sometimes the children are multiracial. And so how do you ensure that, you know, they still might be part of your family, but they also have a different culture. So how are we incorporating that into their lives? And some of the conversations that I'm going to have around proactive and protective messages. We'll get there in a second. But I wanted to just see if anybody had any thoughts or would add anything to their your identity pie or flower, if you have. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Let's see if I can. Let's see if people are raising their hand.
I wanted to say something about that video.
Yeah.
Renaming racism does not help. Even the presentation of the people that they chose to give a non, both parents went to college. Hold on, I'm getting an echo. Can you mute on yours?
Might be someone else is unmuted.
I think it's because my husband is right in the same room.
Oh, I see.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, even a depiction of who has the freedom in the intersection, it was still a white person. That person, that key person who had the freedoms should have been any minority, because I think what we're talking about are privileges in the ways that people are just raised that has no outlook on who they are racially. But the depiction to me of that video still produced a racial inequality visually for me that did not help me intersect basically into someone's life without a racial background being the basis of it. A Mexican person being born with 10 kids and one is, below the poverty line and one is handicapped. That could have been a white person.
Mm-hmm.
Why not make that distinction within the video of how we need to reverse how we look? Because for me, as a Black woman, hearing what you had just said, when they started it saying, oh, Black women get it from both sides. I'm like, yeah, we're headed in the right direction, because that's how I feel every day, even on the job. I'm supposed to be a manager, yet the Black male below me gets more attention, gets the camaraderie, gets the, hey, let's go hang out. And as a female, I get the, oh, I can't touch you. I can't go to lunch with you. I can't because, what people may think.
Mm-hmm.
So that was just my comment on the video itself. It did not, to me, it just replaced the name of racism. That's all it did with intersection.
Okay. All right. Other people have thoughts on it? No, we can keep the party going. All right, so I know there's no video that's going to be perfect, and I thank you for, I like the critical lens that you took on the video. I think most of the time, my struggle is really with people who don't identify as people of color in terms of understanding the complexity of more than one identity impacting how you're treated in a workplace. For example, workplace is a great example. Thank you for giving that. And so I appreciate that. And I will continue to look for other examples and ways in which to sort of get that message across. But I think that when I first heard the term intersectionality, I wasn't actually looking at my experience in combination with everything else that was going on. And it's also to really understand that other people have these identities. Sometimes I am quick, sort of our own biases and prejudice are to sort of assume things about people before we actually get to know them. And, part of that is how our brain is actually wired. We're taught to categorize things, right? And so part of our training actually gets in our way the older we get and the more different kinds of people we are interacting with. So let's see if I can go back. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. And what I learned last time is it's just behind this Zoom screen. So I just have to share my screen and go back. I'm getting it, folks. I'm getting it. Okay. Here we go. All right. So we talked already about cultural competency and that it was an idea that we were going to be knowing everything about one particular culture. And these were the risks associated with that framework, that there were assumptions, judgments, stereotyping, missed opportunities, and altered relationships. Cultural humility is sort of more of a celebrating different cultures and seeing that we can always grow and develop, and then hopefully we have stronger bonds and relationships by staying curious and being open. Oh, that's it. Okay, Donna, could you play my microaggressions video, please? I want to talk a little bit about microaggressions. This video is, I believe it was done by college students, and it just, they're holding up pieces of paper of sort of assumptions that other people have made about them. And, you know, the concept of a microaggression really is that somebody either believes something about you and really is saying it out loud. And that's, you know, my little nephew who is Black and Peruvian, people walk up to him all the time like, oh, because he's tall, you can be a basketball player, right? So there's this idea that if you're tall and you're Black, you're going to be a basketball player. Or, you know, people who have maybe English as their second language, like, oh, you speak really good English, so I would have never assumed that you are an immigrant, or things like that. So as we have lived our lives, these microaggressions really add up, right? And so some of them don't feel very micro, and sometimes people have a hard time with that language. They don't feel that they're micro, they feel that some of the things people are doing are actually very big. Thank you, getting this together. I had to stop sharing my screen. All right. So we'll watch this quickly. Is this the right video? No, this is a Soji video.
Empower adolescents in all.
Okay, give me just a second.
Okay.
The microaggressions.
I have a microaggression video.
Okay.
High school students. All right. I realize now that that goes very fast, and you have to sort of be reading very fast for that. But I want to open it up to see if anybody has anything to say really about microaggressions, things they've experienced. I can tell you all day about mine, but you know, I just want to hear from other people, because and also from the perspective of yourself, but also witnessing microaggressions, because there are times when I am places and I hear someone say something, it's not directed at me, and often this is happening at my job, where I'm in this position of, okay, I know what they said wasn't quite right, but am I the person, is now the right time to have this conversation with that person? Do I butt in? Do I stay out of it? That sort of thing. So let me open it up to see if folks have anything to say about that. No. Nobody has anything to say about microaggressions? I find this hard to believe. All right. That's okay. I'm not going to make y'all talk. Y'all awake? We got a break in 10 minutes. Oh,
I suppose one I could say, like, when you see people talking slow and loud to foreigners, people that maybe they assume are foreigners, or they don't think English is their first language.
Right. Okay. You know, go ahead. Thought I heard someone else.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was me.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me, Amy?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
So it brings up for me sometimes what I see with the kids in terms of not asking first what their identity is. If we get a placement and the kid's name is on there and it's a boy name, but it's a boy that goes by a female pronunciation, and sometimes I have to correct people, or oftentimes people in the workplace, we correct each other with making sure that we're being considerate of the kid when we talk about how they identify, without looking at them and looking at the piece of paper.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I've had teachers who, you know, first of all, my first Black teacher, I didn't have a Black teacher until I got to graduate school. So there's a problem there. But, you know, on the first day, she sort of had, it was a cultural competency class, actually, part of my therapy program to become a therapist, right? So, and she's, you know, had everybody raise their hand and tell us, like, what's your culture, your ethnicity, something like that. I don't actually remember the question. And so she got to me and I said, oh, I'm Black and white. And she said, oh, like a coffee drink. And I was like, okay. You know, and it's just sort of like those little things, and they sort of add up. And I think that one of the reasons that we even have this conversation is sometimes you get somebody on their last nerve. Have you ever been on your last nerve? And it's like you say, one person says one more thing to me today, right? So the idea is that we have to be mindful of that. And so there is a thing called intent and impact, and nobody's perfect. And I call people on their stuff all day, every day. Like, that is, people know me as that person in my office. People come to me, ask me questions all the time about this stuff. And I have stepped in it. I like to call it stepping in it, right? So something comes out of your mouth and you're like, you can even see sometimes in the person's face, like, that didn't land well, right? And so it's not just about our own experiences, it's how do we fix it when we mess up? And that's not always easy. And the person that we messed up with is not obligated to spend time with us really processing how the damage that we did, right? But I think I'm always honored when people come to me and say, you know, hey, listen, what you said to me hurt my feelings, made me feel this kind of way. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention so that, you know, in the future, right? I'm always so grateful for that. I remember walking around, I'm sort of social captain in my office. And so I would go around and say, like, who wants to go have lunch or whatever? We're ordering this for lunch. Who wants to have some? And I would go around with my little notepad and I'd take down people's orders and things. And then it was sort of our community building, right, in the office. And one time someone came up to me and said, you know, if you come by my office one more time and try to collect money from me for lunch, you know, and I was like, oh, you know, tell me more. Like, what, you know, it was so much part of what I did. I didn't really realize that it would have impact on somebody. And she was like, we all don't get paid the same amount. And you keep coming around asking me if I want to go to lunch. And it makes me feel bad that I don't always have money to participate in lunch. And so I was like, oh, thank you, you know? And so there are ways in which we have to be humble with that, right? This is part of the humility piece of it, and say, like, that, you know, my bad. I will change my behavior. What can I do? And I had to really think about, like, I don't want to change the culture of me trying to get everybody together. But, you know, and so I asked for that information for her. I was like, do you want me to just skip you when I am going around for lunch? Do you want to participate? And she's like, I'll participate on the payday, you know, sort of thing. So I know if it's around payday, I can ask her if she wants to participate, you know, things like that. But there are ways in which people aren't going to tell you when you mess up either. So I want to just encourage, when you do get told sort of this impacted me in a particular way, that you take that well. Not everybody does, because there have been times when I have told someone, hey, this landed this way to me, and they got super defensive. That's not what I meant. Those weren't my intentions. What I meant was this, and this, right? And then that just doesn't make it feel any better at all. Has anybody had the experience of someone coming to them and saying, hey, you hurt my feelings on this?
Well, I've actually had an experience in the reverse, Amy,
okay.
where one of my coworkers in the office had, basically, it was like a intercultural microaggression where, you know, she was asking for someone who spoke Spanish, and I had pointed out to her that one of the supervisors was actually Hispanic and was fluent in Spanish, and she was like, well, I didn't know that. How would I know? Because she doesn't look, you know, Hispanic. I said, well, you could have easily asked. And then she turned around and she said, well, I'm not sure what you meant, how to take that, because I've always been curious about what exactly you are. So it's been times where I feel like my melanin isn't enough for some people, where they're kind of questioning, you know, am I mixed? Am I African American? Am I Latina? And it does get offensive at times, because I know that we work in a culture, and, you know, people are not trying to intentionally be offensive, but this was someone I had known for like 10 years. And she was like, I think she was trying to find a way to say that to me that wasn't offensive, but I still was offended by it a little bit.
Right. Sure. I could go into, I have so many stories on this, but I want to make sure that other folks have a chance to chime in before we're going to take a break in a couple minutes. So I just want to see if anyone else has some experience of someone either coming to him. Oh, I see a hand. Okay, yes.
Yes, I was just going to say that, you know, that also can happen as, you know, when we go back to the slave days, when we say, when we talk about light skin versus dark skin.
Exactly.
You know, and that happens with, you know, in Black people, you know, versus a lighter skin versus a darker skin Black person.
Mm-hmm.
American.
I would say there's definitely a way in which we are all raised with some amount of anti-Blackness in this society. If you were raised in the United States, I don't know about you all, but my school didn't even celebrate Black History Month. So I didn't learn a lot about Black people where I was from. And so I would say that what people put on the news, what people, like the media portrays different, certain cultures in certain ways, and we pick up that messaging. 3-year-olds pick up that messaging pretty quickly. If you've ever seen the doll study, where it's about little kids who prefer, they ask Black children, you know, which doll do you want, right? And by 3 years old, they pick the white doll. And so there's a way in which our messages that we're picking up day after day, even if you live in a pro-Black house or a very culturally celebratory home, you know, this stuff is in the society happening. So we're going to continue this conversation. We're going to go on break. I believe break is 5 minutes. And I know that either Dominique or Erica are going to help us out with some music during the break, I believe. I'm excited for it. Yes, I see some clapping. All right. So we're on track. Oh, there we go. Great. Oh, 10 minutes. 10-minute break, folks. So that'll be at, let's see, 3 minutes after 10. We'll just say 10:05. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello.
How can I help you?
Okay, I was just wondering if you could hear me because I couldn't, I cannot hear anything on my laptop. at all. And I assumed you guys couldn't hear me if I couldn't hear you. So I ended up getting on this iPhone, and I can hear everybody, but I was just worried that you guys couldn't hear me.
Let me see. What's it through? I'm trying to figure out.
This is Tanisha.
Yes, Tanisha. Try this trick.
Try what?
This trick, hold on. Sometimes, and I don't know
You
why.
want me to show you the screen on my my laptop?
Hold on. Sometimes it's. Sorry, I'm kind of. If you. Oh, sometimes it's.
So I got you on.
Computer. You have to use your computer. Yeah, using your computer speaker system.
So here we go, right here. And
but I also noticed that, let me see. Okay, so you are talking to me. Okay, so your laptop, for some, your laptop mic.
Okay.
Is I don't see the icon for that, so I don't know if your audio is on your, that you're using your computer's audio.
Yeah.
So if you go to your you can hit test speaker and microphone.
That's let me see. Okay. I hit speaker and headphone, and that's on 100.
No, it's saying to test your speaker and microphone. So next to the on the bottom left corner, it shows you a picture of a microphone, and underneath it says mute.
No.
No, left. So that's right. The other side, where you're you should see the start video.
Yeah, I see the video.
Why can I not? So what are the icons that you have on the bottom there?
Just the join audio and stop video.
Okay, so you want to hit the join audio.
Okay, so I hit that one, and now it says your browser does not support using computer's audio. To use Zoom, install the latest standard browser such as Chrome, but I've already installed Chrome.
Okay. Are you using? So your Zoom. Is your Zoom that you have, is it through Chrome or is it through Internet Explorer?
Internet Explorer.
That's the reason why it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work at all. Internet Explorer doesn't support it at all.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I should have went through Chrome and did the Zoom through Chrome.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to know that now. But in the meantime, in between time, since I can hear you on this iPhone, I guess I'll keep this one. Yeah. And now I know. So next time I'll go through the Chrome, because I did download Chrome X, and I'll go through Chrome and try that.
Well, actually, go ahead, Dominique.
Try taking the URL that I sent you. How about copying and pasting it into the Chrome and seeing that way? See if that helps that way. And if not, then just use what works.
You'll definitely need, well, you can't use Internet Explorer for Canvas either. It doesn't work. So you'll need to use another browser.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know for future, you know, anything else I'm going to have to do on Zoom. I'm glad you guys let me know that.
Well, in about a half an hour, you're going to go to Canvas. So you want to go ahead and try Chrome and see if you can use that.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you, Tanisha.
All right.
I'm going to mute myself again.
Amy is on mute.
Am I back? Are we back? All right. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so let's see. Let's go back a little bit to microaggressions, just really quick. Part of the reason that if you haven't noticed me clicking past the cultural humility slide 3 times, part of the reason I keep doing that is because I always want the section to be longer. I think it's really hard to talk about all of the different ways in which culture impacts how we interact with each other. So I have added a little bit to it, and I wanted to sort of just share something that I feel like has brought home the point. There are a couple different things that I usually talk about in the section, and one is maybe more for Dave and Javier in terms of who is coming into your home and asking a lot of questions. And I know at the very last module, we have a list of questions to really ask when they call you from placement and things like that. But, you know, in my sort of early fostering days, the placement center would call me and they would say, you know, we have a 4-day-old baby girl. Can you take them? You know, and so the first child that came into our home, I literally asked 0 questions. The only question I really asked was, you know, we don't have a car seat. Do you have a car seat? And, you know, they didn't, but so we went to Target or Walmart or something on our way to the placement center. But the third child that I fostered went to the hospital, blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. Now, I didn't ask, right? So, you know, the first day home with her, you know, my partner at the time, also a woman of color, we had a conversation about, were we going to be the best fit for this blonde-haired, blue-eyed child? I live in East Oakland off of 73rd. This child would have been the only white child on the block. And then adding the additional layer of having, you know, queer moms, 2 moms, right? And so really thinking about that, and the conversation that I had with the child welfare worker didn't go very well. But, you know, I had heard in my class, you know, you really try to make decisions that are best for your family and best for the child, and it's not really about you. It's more about them. And so I had the conversation about, I don't necessarily think I would be the right person. And, you know, she didn't take it well. There were some things that she'd recommended that I wouldn't necessarily recommend, but I sort of bring that story up. That's my sort of child welfare story. But the passion that I have around it is really because I was raised by white parents. And I actually didn't find out that I was Black until I was 27. And so that seems like a really long time to not have that information. But I literally didn't know what I didn't know. I grew up in a very middle class white neighborhood. I was never told that I looked different from anyone else. There are ways in which, you know, when I rolled the tape back, racism was very present in my childhood, but I just didn't know it because we weren't talking about race or racism or any of that sort of thing. So when I got to college and I got my first job, there was a woman, she's Mexican identified, and she would sit across from me and she was like, you gotta be Puerto Rican, you gotta be Creole, you gotta be something, because there is no way that you are white. And I was like, I promise you, I can show you pictures of my mom, my dad. Fast forward, you know, one time I randomly asked my cousin, who asked her aunt, who asked my grandma, and just like this, she said, oh yeah, her dad is the Black guy from the cruise ship that we were on, you know, at such and such time. So that information gets back to me, and, you know, talk about having an identity crisis. But part of the problem with it is I had missed so much. That was really, it was the grief of what I had lost prior. So the reason that I have a conversation is really to talk about even what we think might not be that big of a deal is a big deal to other folks. And so I'm sure my mom had her reasons for keeping that information from me. I'm sure, you know, I don't know if it was something about her own self. And, you know, she passed away before I could actually ask her all these questions. So I don't know a lot of the answers, and I don't know who my father is necessarily, but I do know that I miss this culture. And so I want to prevent that from other people having that same experience, and talk about how the little intricacies of culture are really important. And so part of how we do that for folks is we have to do what I think of as proactive and protective messages. And the proactive messages are really the ones where, you know, outside of Black History Month, outside of, you know, whatever we are celebrating this particular month, we are talking about people in our culture that have, you know, done great things, you know, the impacts that people have had And it's more, I talk about it as more than food, because I think that people who are transracially adopting have a very different experience, right? So maybe the white parents have an Asian child and they think if they, go to eat Vietnamese food once a month, that's enough teaching their child about the Vietnamese culture. That's so, because most of you are family members, this might not be a big thing, but in terms of presenting, it's like how we are talking about culture and race in our homes. And I have a friend who they have they're two women, they've had a son. They haven't talked to him about race. They're two Black women. And they're raising a Black boy. He's 5 years old already. To me, I had to step back from my judgmental place on that. So I was like, what are you talking about? Race is happening like all over the place, right? But as I was digging a little bit deeper and having conversation with them, it's like they are talking about race, but they're not talking about it explicitly as race, right? So when, my child and I are reading a book and there is a Black character, I'm specifically saying, oh, this character is Black. This character has these characteristics. I'm having those conversations. I also am around a bunch of smarty pants people who teach classes on race, gender, etc. So my child is going to be the one who's, talking about intersectionality in first grade. But
Amy, we have a question.
Oh, yes, please.
I think it's from Papino.
Okay.
I think he has to unmute himself.
Okay. Can you unmute? I'll take a great break. Oh, I still can't hear you. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Oh,
there he is.
Did you keep the child?
No, I did not.
So, because of his race?
No, not because of his race. It was really about being a good fit. It wasn't necessarily about race, because what I had said is I was raised by white people. I told the child welfare worker, I could raise a white child. That was not the question mark. It's what will that child's experience be in my home? Versus, now I told you when I sat in this class, there were not this many Black and brown faces. I promise you. Actually, my partner and I were the only people of color in the class. So my perspective was very different at that time. And the story actually turned out to be a great story, which was, so the child was actually the youngest of 7. And the first 4 had been adopted by a relative. 2 had been adopted by strangers. And the grandmother had a friend who was asked at the time, because they were close, and the grandmother knew they had wanted a baby. Had they ever thought about foster care? My child had another child, blah, 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 blah. And because the child had been exposed to substances, that family said no. So what happened was, on the first visit, when I had said, I don't think this is a good fit, the placement workers had to go into overdrive. Part of why they were, completely reasonably upset with me, because I should have asked questions ahead of time, and that's to reinforce that point, ask more questions in the beginning. But they had to go into overdrive to try to find someone for this child. And, the department's view is that family is better, right? So they're calling and calling and calling. And the family that she actually went to, she did go to the friend of the grandmother, because I had cared for her for 3.5 months. She had 0 issues in terms of sleeping, eating, temperament, any of that sort of thing. So once that family saw that the baby was doing okay, they changed their mind, and then they went through the same process, went to the classes, did the whole thing, and so they were sort of like a fictive kin story. And so when they told me about their story as parents, when I first met with them, and we did sort of the sharing of how I've been caring for this baby, and we had that conversation. They told me that they had a baby and had lost a baby, and I think the baby was quite young, very, very young, and how, you know, I had provided them this opportunity for a rainbow baby. And I, like, to me, she landed exactly where she was supposed to land. Because if I think about it, like, she could have landed with any of the white families that I was in my class with. We were all registered at the same time, you know, and she didn't, and she ended up in this particular placement. So I actually thought it was a good experience with the child welfare department, because I got to have a big conversation about how my experience of interacting with this person around a really complicated conversation around race. That was a long answer to your question, but I did want to give you that context.
And Amy, for reference, the department's old model used to be one placement, one child. So
right.
It's not necessarily that they look to place with family. It's just family takes the priority. And if we're not able to place with family or fictive kin, then we try to place with, you know, somebody that is more of a fit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said something during your comment as well that came up for me, was that we actually do have it sometimes amongst our relative care providers. I know right now I'm clearing the home of an African-American woman who is caring for her, I believe it's her great-grandchild, and he is actually multicultural.
Mm-hmm.
Mother is from Russia. And of course, the dad is African-American, and this boy is actually really running rings around her, and it has nothing to do with the cultures. It's just, I don't know how the mother feels about the grandmother. And it's kind of like, it does bring up some cultural things because the mother's family is actually racist.
Mm.
So he's the only kid outside of the home. All of the other kids that she has who are not biracial or mixed with African-American are still in the home with her. So it does come up. You do have to ask a lot of questions. And I think it's important to relative caregivers to ask and have all of their questions met as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. I see a hand raised. I'm excited about it. Paula.
I just want to say, like, when someone else was asking about, did you keep the child? When you raise a child like that, and in the neighborhood that you're in a Black American neighborhood, and they grow up and they're around you, and how they come up and they only do as they was raised, but it ain't their fault. And then they still gonna get picked on of her being light-skinned or white with blonde hair and blue eyes. They're gonna say, oh, she's trying to be Black, she want to be Black, she's gonna get picked on always. That's like my point of thinking. Is like, you gotta think outside the box. You gotta think how she's gonna be raised and what she's gonna go through when she get to that age of people picking with her.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. I think also what I didn't say was, I knew, because I had worked in child welfare, well, not in the child welfare department, but because I had worked with child welfare workers, I'll say that, as a social worker, I knew about disproportionality, and I knew about that there were so many Black children in the system, right? Disproportionate to the population of Black people in Alameda County. I knew the statistics because I sat through all those trainings, and I was in the field, that I knew that my family, I went into it because I was like, oh, here's an opportunity for, you know, a child to have an opportunity to be in a, you know, a racially matched, closely matched situation, right? You know, again, I wasn't raised in Oakland, I wasn't raised Black necessarily, but, you know, everything I've learned about being Black, I've had to learn from a book or movies or television or things like that, because it wasn't actually part of my spirit. So even that it's very different than being raised Black. I can acknowledge that. But I had originally gone into this, so I had this idea, and then I was sort of thrown off a little bit, and it just reinforces the idea of, you know, asking a lot of questions and then figuring out what it is that you don't know about other cultures, because there's going to be times that, I kind of have an invisible adoption. Nobody assumes that my child doesn't belong to me. That has never been a situation. So, but as fictive caregivers, there may be a way in which in kinship caregivers, there might be a way that your child doesn't look like you. The children you're caring for, they don't look like you. So how do you address that? And it always comes up in random places, like the grocery store or, different places. And so part of the protective messaging that I was talking about, I talked about proactive, and that's more about celebratory, teaching pride, we'll say, in culture. The other piece is this protective message, which is teaching children how to respond when they are treated a particular way. When people make assumptions about them, about people making assumptions about their family, right? And there's a way in which most Black families have the talk with their child around the police, right? But there are other conversations that you're having along the way that you might not necessarily acknowledge. And for me, it's when I go to a playground and I'm in Oakland, and there are, it's diverse, but there are some things I will absolutely not let my child do that other parents let their children do. And I explain very clearly to my child, I am protecting you from a situation that is a potential later. We are not allowed to do this, and I will tell you why. If you do this type of thing, there is going to be an assumption made about you. And I have a 3-year-old, so I put it in her level, right? I'm not going into this whole philosophy about it, but I'm like, we're not allowed to do everything that other children are allowed to do. And sometimes I just leave it at that. But there are conversations that we have along the way that, when a teacher and we've all seen these videos of the school police coming in and reacting to people, and children getting arrested in school and someone standing up to them, right? And that kid also gets suspended. That these things it's like, yes, it was great that you stand up for your friend, and the real sort of racial consequence of now you're suspended. How's that going to impact your, college plan, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I'm talking about in terms of proactive and protective messaging. Do we have any questions about that? Or does anybody want to share any particular thing before we move on to Soji? So it's a hard shift.
Actually, Amy, right quick, we need everybody's face to be present. And right now there's 2 people, and I'm getting a message from the administrator. There's 2 people whose faces are not seen on the screen. So if we don't see your face on the screen, then we will privately message you, and then the administrator will actually take you out of the class. So I need you to kind of come back, Mr. and Mrs. McBride, if you can hear me. Okay. I'll give them a few minutes. I'm communicating with Dominique.
Wonderful.
So I'm sorry, Amy, one quick thing. The cultural piece is also important to the kids that we see. Sometimes when I transport on the weekends, one of the things that comes up is there's a lot of foster family homes in Central Valley. And in that area in particular, there's a lot of Hispanic families. And like Amy mentioned, disproportionately, we have a lot more African-American families, American kids that come into the system. So if you are of another culture, you need to be considerate of things like hair, because we don't care for our hair the same, as well as food. And like Amy said, it's not just about food. And another thing Amy said in terms of all of the, African-American families is that every African-American family is different. The way Miss Tanisha or Miss Latoya cooks her red beans might be different from the way that I cook my red beans. So it's kind of like asking those questions. And another thing that came up with some of the Hispanic families and the African-American children who were seeking placement was that the families tended to speak Spanish in the home. And that made the kids feel very uncomfortable. So it's not to say you can't either teach them, another language, which was something that I had a conversation with a young lady who was going into a Hispanic home. It's that if they saying they feel uncomfortable about it, you need to be respectful of the fact that they don't speak this language as well.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
All right, so we're gonna wrap up this section. And I had a question for my behind the scenes folks. Hold on one second. We're going to do the review. So I'm going to try to pull up the review for you. Do it, I believe. There we go. Go back here. I'm going to share my screen. Ooh, I'm going to get this Zoom together, I promise you.
I'm not.
I practice too. Okay. Look at that. Thank you, Donna, for this. All right. So we'll just go through the review. Oh. Is that the answers on there, huh? All right. So
you just have to go slow, Amy.
Oh, I do?
Every time you click it, one thing. Well, okay, never mind.
I only did one click.
Just let it do its thing, girl. Just
then you don't see the answer.
That's okay. No, it's good. Just keep going.
So this is the answer for cultural humility, is really making an effort to learn from one another in a respectful manner. And that cultural humility allows for professional growth, in the workplace, it allows for professional growth and personal growth. So the foster care system protects youth from discrimination from all of these things: sexual orientation, disability, English as a second language. Oh, this is for the next section, so I'm going to stop here because we haven't talked about pronouns yet. All right, so do we have any questions left from the cultural section? Please shout out if you do. Oh, I see something. I see a more. Maybe a chat. Let's see. Oh, that's a message from Donna. How's everybody doing? Use emojis. We're making sure you're using your technology here. Oh, I got a thumbs up. Great. Okay. Oh, nice on the screen. I noticed that in this platform, we can't make the yellow thumbs brown like you can on the iPhone.
Yes, you can make them brown.
You can?
Yes. I'll show you later.
Sorry, I tried it and I couldn't do it.
Dominique.
How do I make it brown? All right. Oh, I see a hand, Latanya. Am I pronouncing it correctly? I can't hear you. Are you talking to me? I see your mouth moving. So you are talking to me.
No, I'm sorry. Go on. That was a mistake.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead. Oh, you raised your hand by mistake, you're saying? I see. Okay, I got thumbs up. All right, we'll go back to share then. All right, so now we're going to talk about Soji. And I said a little bit that SOGI stands for sexual orientation, gender identity, expression. And these are, this is listing the Non-Discrimination Act that is part of some of the paperwork that you are signing. You are signing that you will not be discriminatory. So these are the laws, the AB 458. So sexual orientation and gender identity is in that one, and is also includes many other things. And also, this is why you are here having this class. This AB 458 requires that you take training on this sort of thing. So let's go over the acronym. So it's LGBT, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. Q is queer, sometimes questioning, depending on, usually Q at the end of LGBTQ is queer, but I've seen the acronym get quite long. So the one that I've normally used is the LGBTQQI2S. So we already talked about queer and questioning. I is intersex. And for those of you who haven't heard of the term, intersex is really someone who's born with ambiguous genitalia. The old language, which we no longer use, is hermaphrodite. That was the derogative, that is a derogative term now. But there has been a lot of push for doctors not to perform these really significant surgeries on babies, which has been sort of the practice for the last length of time. And so intersex folks have a place in the acronym. And I think that that's, if you haven't, if you don't know much about intersex situations, biology and science, there's a lot of intersex things that are happening. And so just our outsides don't always reflect what is happening on the insides is basically the concept there. And so if you don't know much about it, I'm happy to send you to some YouTube links and things like that. And 2S stands for Two-Spirit, and that's my understanding is that indigenous populations prior to colonization were actually celebrating multiple genders and gender expressions. And it was actually a really admired thing to be identified as two-spirit. It kind of lends into binary thinking, like thinking there are only two spirits, because that would be male and female. We're trying to get away from binary thinking. But again, it's not my culture, so I can't tell you a whole bunch about it. But again, if you don't know what two-spirit or how indigenous populations expressed gender, then there's some really good information online. I would encourage you to follow up. So we have a video that I'm gonna have Donna play, the sexual orientation, gender identity, what's the difference? And I will stop sharing my screen and I will just tell you a little bit about, oh, nope, we're gonna play the video. Carry on. We're ready, that was quick.
SAN International is committed to achieving gender equality and fostering an inclusive society. We support and empower adolescents in all their diversity, regardless of their gender, ability, ethnicity, or any other identity. This includes sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics, or SOGIES for short. But what actually is SOGIES? Let's break it down using the SOGIES person. This helps us understand that each of the individual terms has a different meaning, and combined, they make up a person's SOGIES identity. Let's start with sexual orientation. This is shown as the heart, as it's about who you are emotionally, physically, and sexually attracted to. One person might be attracted to someone of a different gender to themselves. For example, a woman who is heterosexual is attracted to men. Another person might be attracted to someone of the same gender as themselves. For example, a woman who is a lesbian is attracted to other women. Yet another person might be attracted to people of more than one gender. For example, a woman who is bisexual is attracted to both men and women. Now, let's talk about gender identity. This is shown as the brain, as it's about how you think and feel about yourself and your gender. Some people identify as either a woman or a man. This is a common way of thinking, but actually, many people feel that they don't fit with these two genders. They might feel they are a mixture of the two, or are something else that can't be clearly defined. A person's gender identity might reflect the sex that they were assigned at birth, or it might not. For example, a trans woman might have been described as male at birth, but now identifies as female. Now, gender expression. This involves the whole person because it is about the different ways that you communicate your gender identity to the outside world. This could include how you dress, what haircut you have, how you act, or what name you use. Finally, let's talk about sex characteristics. We show these as genitalia because they reflect whether someone is biologically and physically female or male. As well as your external genitalia, sex characteristics include your hormones, chromosomes, body shape, voice pitch, and body hair. A person who is intersex is born with sex characteristics that are not completely male or female. They are a combination of both. So, let's put all the pieces together. Sexual orientation is about who you are emotionally, physically, and sexually attracted to. Gender identity is about how you think and feel about yourself and your gender. Gender expression is about how you communicate your gender identity to the outside world. And sex characteristics are about your biology, such as genitalia, hormones, and body shape. Each of us has a sexual orientation, a gender identity, a gender expression, and sex characteristics. They combine to make up our unique Saucier-esque identity. Saucier-esque is fluid. This means that there are lots of different options with no right or wrong way to be. Also, things can change over time. Our Saucier-esque identity combines with other factors such as our age, where we live, whether we are rich or poor, or whether we have a disability, to make who we are. It also affects our power in society. Sometimes people are discriminated or excluded because of their sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, and sex characteristics. This includes people who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, intersex, or questioning, known as LGBTIQ+. We all have the right to define and be proud of our Saucier-esque identity. There is no need to stereotype or harm people. Everyone is unique. We must all recognize, accept, and celebrate this diversity. For more information, see plan-international.org.
All right, I saw a hand. So I want to go back to that person. I don't remember whose hand it was. Did somebody raise their hand during the video? Or I made that up? Okay, well, maybe I made that up. So many things to say, except for that I got the, I need to wrap it up because I'm out of time. So I do just want to point out that, did everybody see when Janelle Monáe broke the internet when she came out as pansexual? I just want to talk about the difference. So I have been in trainings where they have interchanged bisexual with pansexual, but just to sort of give you a brief definition of what pansexual is. So bisexual, as you saw in the film, they said, you know, someone could be attracted to men and women, right? So, but not everybody identifies as man and woman. So pansexual is really this idea that you're attracted to people regardless of their, you know, you're open to whatever their gender expression is, their gender identity is, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a more expansive term. And so I just wanted to give that to you. There are some more activities and things that you are going to have in the Canvas site. There's a case vignette that sort of talks about a young person and their experience with their caregiver. And you will have there's a matching sort of activity in terms of definitions in your Canvas activities. So I just wanted to present that to you. And I want to see if anybody has questions, because I know that was very fast, but I don't want to step on Cherae's time.
Oh, no, go ahead. It's fine.
There's also a video in Canvas about being an ally. And, you know, I would like to just say really quickly that, you know, for people who don't know, being an ally is really supporting people who identify differently than you. So if you, to use someone's example earlier, if, and I have done this at my workplace, I see people who keep getting promoted who look a certain type of way or have a certain kind of work ethic, bringing it to the attention of the people who are on the hiring, who do the hiring, like, hey, the last 5 people we've hired look like this. Is there any question as to, like, could we get a little more diversity here? Are we having, so you can be an ally in many, many different ways, but I would encourage you to think about how, when these kind of things come up, even if in your personal life, I have friends who have said things where I've been like, are you sure you know what that means? Are you sure you want to say that? And being an ally, even for my own culture, but you really earn allyship. So you don't just get to, if you have a friend who identifies as LGBTQ, you don't automatically get a pass that you're an ally. And so there's a video in here that sort of tells you, or it's kind of a good example of different ways in which you can be an ally to someone. Does anybody have any questions about SOGI, LGBTQ, any of the acronyms, definitions, etc.? We will have some more time later on after you've all been in Canvas and you're looking at some of these things. Some of the questions might come up later, and that's okay too. Oh, I see someone talking. Latonya, you talking and I can't hear you? Okay, hold on. We might get better at sign language on Zoom. We should learn some things. All right, let's see if I can unmute you. I might be able to. Let's see. Can I? Oh, it says I can. Can you try talking?
I can talk now.
Oh, yes. Okay, great. Go ahead.
I kind of wish I had this class when I adopted my son 15 years ago. I went through a sexual identity kind of competition with him and not knowing the exact language to use and getting him to express himself. Because kids are curious and they do tend to, we had the confliction because it was obvious to me that there was a different selection in how he was going to select his partner. And given my religious background, and when we went to church and I sent him to a private school, he got a lot of shaming, I would say, to call it nothing. He didn't have outbursts, like it upset him, but it upset him privately. So he wouldn't express himself. And then I can just see him slowly going inward and, trying to find a way to say it. And eventually it just came out, because he wouldn't say he was gay. He wouldn't say he liked boys. He wouldn't say those things, but you can see he had a feminine nature, which, as if you guys just broke it down, which is kind of cool. It's like he can still like girls, but he can identify being a girl himself, or being more female himself because of his sexual characteristics. But I guess what I'm saying is this is new information. You know what I mean? It's sort of like on the reverse side of racism. Like for me, I experienced,
Yeah, keep talking.
Okay.
Well, keep talking. I was just getting ready.
Oh, okay. No, and I mean, just to keep it really short, it's just, this is really good information. The way you broke it down is really good. And what my son had eventually said to me was, I'm just going to find love, Mom. You know, don't worry about what form it's in, what shape it comes in. And I had to also identify what the church was asking us at the same time, because our church was going by the philosophy that homosexuality is all bad, and that we need to fight that demon and that we need to exorcise it out. But now culturally in society, we have kind of overcome that with the simple fact that love is love, and that everyone has the opportunity to love the way they want to love.
Right. Yeah, and it's a spectrum, really. There's thank you for sharing that. I think that there's ways that people identify on this spectrum, and if you think of male and female at opposite ends, and you think of homosexual and heterosexual at opposite ends, there's a lot of things in between. And I think our society has been quite rigid with, and it starts with a gender reveal, right? People, I'm not going to them, but people have them all the time where, and it really, gender is a social construct. So we have prescribed these things onto, you know, boys wearing blue, girls wearing pink, boys play with these toys, you know, and it's really deep. And how much and how rigid we have been on what behaviors people can have, and that if a boy likes Barbies or something, it's interpreted that he's gay, and that our homophobia in this country is very, you know, also rigid. And so I understand it as part of maybe people wanting to protect their children. I can see that, and I also think about the harm that it does. I give this training even outside of RFA, and people ask me every time, well, isn't it easier to be gay now or queer now or whatever, you know? And my answer is there's more information now. There is, you know, you can go online and Google all kinds of things and have access. You can join groups and things like that online. But the suicide statistics for LGBTQ youth tell us otherwise, right? Those are just as bad as they were, if not worse, now. So even though some families are more accepting, some communities are more accepting, you know, the Bay Area is sort of this bubble that you go to Modesto, you go to Fresno, you even go to a little part in Marin, you might not get the same response, right? And you have a different response on Piedmont Avenue in Oakland than you're going to have on 98. So keeping that, and that's where the proactive and protective messages go. Like, I love you, baby. You can be who you want to be. And I need you to know that there are people who are going to have very strong feelings about that and about what you wear or how you wear your hair or things like that. So really just putting that into perspective. Trying to think of anything else are there any other?
Can I ask Tanisha, what did you do to make him feel more comfortable, or was there anything you did to help him accept who he was? Because I noticed one thing you brought up was the issues with the church. And I know for African Americans that's huge.
Yeah.
Big time, huge.
Well, I personally didn't, how do I say it? It affected our relationship so much that we really don't talk right now.
But that's his
So,
choice.
I know, but
That's his choice.
so let me say
Can't be like
this. I came to accept him for who he was, but I don't think he accepted how I came around. to doing that, because it might have been, you know, when in conversations, when you're talking about things and you're telling someone, look, it's okay to be Black, it's okay to be a woman, it's okay to be gay, it still comes across as, no, it's not, because you're telling me it's okay. And that doesn't make me feel better. I don't think so. So it was really complicated, and I didn't have all of, like you said, the knowledge is kind of the wording and the understanding, and us having an agreement or reading a book together. We didn't have those materials. We didn't have the communication tools, and it was just me and him. So I think what hurt him the most is because I did send him to a private I'd send him to a private school in Oakland that was majority black, and I would say 5 years after sending him there, he gave me a list of complaints. Mom, they didn't want me to be gay. Mom, they used to tell the girls they shouldn't play basketball because they were going to gain muscles and they were going to look too manly. And so, and this was a religious background church. And so he was being fed these things on a daily basis without me being around. So by me saying it's okay, he was still going to school and getting that it wasn't okay. And I didn't understand that battle because we didn't have the tools to communicate like we should have, like this class is giving us right now. Because it's hard to lay down our own labels of what we've gained. Just like when she said about the gender reveal, I didn't even, you don't even realize how insignificant a celebration of that is actually setting you up for expectations out of that individual that's being born into this world. And they should be born with a list of freedoms just to be good. But because we want to attach a label right there at the sign of birth, this is what you are, you're Black, you're female, who your parents are means a lot. Everything is on that certificate that's going to identify you. And we carry it with us until we come to a wall, and I think classes like this need to be expanded because the eye-opening for me and my son personally is just that when he said, Mom, I'm going to find someone to love, I think that's when I took it and I started to learn on my own. And I started to feel, because there's just feelings that come up in you, You hear homophobic, you hear gay, you see someone kissing on TV. You see it more now than ever. You see a gay person kissing. And I find myself now versus 10 years ago being able to accept the visual, where 10 years ago I would have cringed and been like, oh, I can't watch this.
I don't want to see anybody kiss.
I don't want to see it.
I don't want to see anybody kiss. I mean, if it ain't me, I'm sorry. I'm good with that shit. I ain't trying to see nobody. What the hell are we going through here, man? I ain't trying to see that. I mean, come on. I get what you're saying.
I don't know if they can hear. Can you guys hear him?
Oh, we can hear him. He's muted. We can still hear him.
Saying, man. Back in the day, people, when they hug and they fall off the screen, that would be the end of it. We use our imagination. I don't need anybody to fill in the blanks for me. I'm good, But I get what you were saying, but I think that people have to be who they are. And that's why I don't agree with organized religion, because we set man-made rules. Now, the Bible doesn't say something about man laying with man, but the Bible says something about a lot of things, about drinking excessively, about vanity, about a lot of different things. So, how are we going to, in my church that I have been a member of back on the East Coast, they're very adamant about that. You cannot have two people of the same, and I'm like, what the hell are y'all thinking? So now you guys are the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the scribes back when Jesus was alive. Okay, you're judging people on your beliefs. And Jesus said that it's a personal relationship with God. He ain't say nothing about no religion. It's a personal relationship. So if I can have a personal relationship with God and I can love another man, who am I to say who is someone else to say that what I'm doing is wrong? Okay, I'm happy, I'm not bothering you. What the hell is your problem? I mean, it's not, I don't get it, okay? Maybe it's just, you know, maybe I'm not smart enough to understand, but I don't see what the problem is for myself. Now, I know I'm oversimplificating things, you know, because I'm a simple kind of guy, but I've had family members that have been gay, and this was back in the 70s on the East Coast. My father and his, the way that he looks at things, he had 7 sons. It was my first cousin who went from Shelton to Shelley. And my father told us, he told us that if any of us made that decision, he'd take us in the field and blow our brains out. So, but that was the way he was raised. That was the way he was raised. So it was up to him to make a decision to change. He chose not to change. You know, I have a mother who's 92 years old, and she had never had an alcoholic beverage because in her church, she was taught you cannot drink. So, you know, but when you come into a relationship with God and who he really is, God is inclusive. He's not exclusive. So I don't get all of this. I don't get what the problem is. I don't understand why, you know, I don't believe personally in me being gay. I'm attracted to women. Okay, I don't believe in women, for example, if Tanya would become pregnant, I don't believe in an abortion, but I don't blame people who has an abortion. That's between them and God. Who am I to judge what they're doing? So if it's not affecting me, why am I jumping on them? So I don't know. I
appreciate that. I think not a lot of people are there.
I know that the world is not that simple, but I'm just.
I just want to add on to him. I want to say thank you for saying that, because see, what happened is this not about the belief as much as it's about the remarks of the belief. I might not say it. I think what happens with my son is we don't say I hate gays. We just say, oh my God, I wouldn't be gay. You know, I couldn't be gay, or, you know, look at them, they look gay. And when you make comments like that in front of people who might be carrying those emotions, you are damaging them, whether you believe it or not, even though you're saying, that's my belief, I'm not putting it on you. But just that quick, we are transferring our beliefs onto somebody when we make a generalized comment of emotion, you know, emotionally based. I'm not comfortable. It makes me, and that's what I had to learn from all of this, because it wasn't so much I was telling my son, I don't love you anymore. I'm not going to take care of you. Oh, I'm locking you in your room until, you know, or nothing as drastic as you know, dad did, you know, but the transition of that energy from somebody who believes that, you know, being homosexual is a negative thing, it comes out. It just comes out.
It absolutely does. And I want to thank you both for sharing that. I think that is very important. I think, and these things come up around, you know, we didn't really talk much about pronouns, but people are, you know, I've been to a lot of meetings where people start with, let me know what your pronouns are. I did it at our last training, our last RFA training, and it actually didn't go very well, and turned into sort of a microaggression session itself. And so I didn't include it in this one, but paying attention to, just because, you know, we identify someone as female-bodied or male-bodied, again, I told you we categorize people pretty quickly. That might not be the pronoun that they use. So I can't go too much in depth with that, but if someone tells you, I'm using this pronoun, or I am now using this name, please use it. Otherwise,
and respect it.
Yes, and particularly, and know that you are going to mess up, and you have got to apologize every single time, and do better. Practice in your car. I know it's definitely hard to shift sometimes, but it's really, really important to make sure that you are respectful of people's pronouns. I'm telling you, the microaggressions add up. And we already have foster youth who are having depression and anxiety and have, you know, suicidal ideations and things like that. And we're just trying, my goal is to just make sure that you understand that if a child in your home says, yes, my name is this, and yes, my body looks like this, but I want to wear these kind of clothing, that can be honored. I didn't always wear a bow tie to my job, right? I had to feel it out first. I had to see, who are these people? How am I going to be treated? What's going to go on? You know, again, it's not something that everybody, they may be out at home, but they're not out at work. So that may be the same for how people are in school, for how youth are in school.
Well, and also, Amy, it's important for foster parents to recognize if you cannot honor and respect any of the things that we're talking about in terms of culture and race and, you know, SOGI issues, then maybe this is not for you, because the county does not discriminate against, you know, kids who are identifying or kids who, you know, are questioning. And if you have a problem with that in your home, then this is not the right place for you. Because we don't, you know, we're not going to make a kid feel uncomfortable because of any of that, any of these issues.
I got a question about asking about pronouns. Thank you. So usually, and I'm going to come at it from a therapist lens because that's how I operate, but I even did this with my friends. But when I'm talking to someone new, I usually will say, okay, so what name would you like me to use? And what pronoun would you like me to use? Or when I'm talking to other people, how would you like me to identify you? Something like that. People are now putting their pronouns at the end of their signatures on email. Pay attention to those. But having the conversation, and I sat with my friends one time and I just asked, I had a dinner and I said, okay, you know, I'm teaching this class on SOGI and we talk about pronouns. And what I feel like is at work, it can be an outing experience to, you know, say I'm going to use this pronoun and that's not what people thought. And then you have to have a big discussion about that, right? So work isn't always the safest place, but I thought, okay, we're having a dinner party. Let me just ask. And I had one of my friends say, you know, if I didn't have a son who called me mom, I would go by male pronouns. And I didn't realize, you know, and you know, thinking about how gender identity is fluid, and people don't always feel safe. And so I know a lot of times it's hard for people like, well, yesterday you were this and today you're that. And now what am I supposed to do with that? And a lot of that is really internalized depression. If you're thinking about like the stereotypes, like you had said, the things that you hear people say, they land on you, they stick to you in a way. And you're like, okay, I'm going to do everything I can not to express, not to use this tone of voice when I'm talking, not to walk a particular way when I'm around these people, right? You carry that with you, and that's internalized depression. And sometimes you then lash out at other people for displaying those behaviors because you think that you're going to be guilty by association. And I have also seen that people who identify as LGBTQ are really gender policing or orientation or behavior policing other people. So I've already taken up too much time. And so I just want to be respectful of Cherae and her section and the rest of you and your time. But I'm here, ask me questions. I love it. There is no silly questions. You can chat at the bottom and I'm happy to interact with you. Or I know we will have questions later. And I think that I have, although not directly, I have covered all of the review questions.
Is there a quiz at the end of your section, Amy?
I'm sorry?
A quiz? I'm not sure. I think I got a message from Donna that
There is a quiz. There's a quiz in Canvas for you to take on this section. And I that's sort of the review that I was looking at. And I believe we talked about all of these things. We talked about gender expression being, you know, how you present to the world rather than
Amy,
Oh, yeah.
put it on the screen.
Oh, you want me to put it on the screen? Okay.
Yes, please.
Sheree, can you?
Because right now, parenting for permanency.
Yeah, we got that. So we got to take that off.
Okay.
Paused it. Let me stop sharing it.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Donna. Sort of like having the Wizard of Oz behind the screen.
I told y'all, Miss Marianne, girl. Miss Marianne.
All right, let me just find it. I'm sorry. Here it is. Go back. Share my screen. We're going over the review. Okay, we're on question 4. All right, so having a foster youth's preferred pronoun, she, he, they, or them. Ignored by resource parents is considered a form of discrimination. So this is just my racial and ethnic identity impacts the way I see the world and impacts how I interact with others. That's true. Let's see. If you have at least 3 friends from a different culture, race, or identity than your own, you can become an expert about their culture, race, or identity. False. Okay, children in foster care deserve to have their culture and race be respected. Yes, they do. In order to be a resource parent, you must undergo an ongoing training to ensure safe, non-discriminatory care to all foster youth. Yes. You're either heterosexual or homosexual. There is no sexual orientation, identity in between. False. Okay. And for what purpose do caregivers establish household rules about mutual respect, model fairness and equity, and use gender-neutral language to have a safe and accepting home? All right, a couple more, I think. A person's outward expression or presentation, dress, makeup, body language, voice of their gender is their gender expression. And when an oppressed person begins to believe the negative stereotypes and myths held by others are deserved, normal, and inevitable, they are experiencing internalized depression. All right, so that's the end of that. And again, I know, Latanya, you said you wish there was more. Lucky for you, I teach another more in-depth class on sexual orientation and gender identity expression at a later, you can come to it if you're part of the Foster Parent Association. So stay tuned. All right. Cherae, take it away.
I'm gonna try.
Okay. I'm gonna look at the schedule so I can tell you when the next break is. Okay, it looks like the next break is at 11:40.
Okay, can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Apologies, my not really a computer technical person.
Hit slideshow.
Thank you. That's bad.
No, you're doing good. And when you get to, you see slideshow at the top bar?
It's saying share, new share, or
Yeah, you
resume.
have to do a new share. Hit new share.
Okay.
All right, so at the top of your PowerPoint screen, where it says home, insert design, toggle over to slideshow.
Oh, okay. That was the one step I forgot.
Yeah, no worries. And when you get it on slideshow, hit full screen.
Yes. Thank you, Donna.
No problem, but you still have to share it again.
Okay.
Because we don't see what you see.
Can you see it now? Is it right?
No. So when you go to share,
There it is, agenda.
is
Yeah.
that okay? Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Okay, so now we're going to switch our lens into positive parenting. And on my brief agenda is we're going to talk about structure, boundaries, and daily parenting tools. I know some of you have been parents for years, and it's kind of like a new thing to talk about structure or to have structure when you're parenting, and to have boundaries and to have daily tools for parenting. So I know a lot of people are wondering why we would talk about these things. It's important because sometimes kids who come into foster care have very poor boundaries. And in that essence, we need to teach what are called healthy boundaries. You know, this helps to maintain internalization from the kids and develop some healthy behaviors. Some of our kids come from not so healthy situations, and it's important for them to understand and to be able to maintain and be able to have a sense of healthy boundaries when they're being parented in foster care. First off, you need to be able to recognize that the kids sometimes don't feel secure. So oftentimes when kids are initially placed, what you find is some behaviors that we call the honeymoon phase. And in that honeymoon phase, you may see the kid acting out maybe a few days after they've arrived. And what I say usually is that that is technically who they are. And now that they're starting to get comfortable, they want to know, for the long stretch, are you going to consistently be this way with me? Or what are my boundaries that I could push? Because they don't often come from environments where they have had healthy parenting and healthy structure. I don't know if you guys recall the video that we watched in our first session, where the little girl was coming from this home where there was domestic violence. And what we saw during that video while she was with her parents was a way that she was being parented that was very unhealthy. And I think that once she transitioned by the end of the video, after being in multiple placements, that she began to feel secure after she tested the boundaries with the African-American foster mother. And the foster mother just appeared to me to be consistent and patient and kind, and she didn't seem like the first thing that the kid did, she was going to put the kid out. Because by the end of the video, what we saw was a coming together between the two siblings. So to me, that was an example of a healthy boundary and an ability to make a foster kid feel secure in your home. I'm sorry, let me go back. I don't know how to go back. I'll just read it then. What that also does is it offers containment, and it gives balance to daily transition periods. Some of those transitions that kids have a difficult time with is mealtime or playtime if they're in school. And what we often see when that structure is not so great is that sometimes when the kids go on visits with the parents, when they come back, there's a disruption, more than likely, whether it's a relative or if you're a non-related caregiver. Oftentimes, because of the lack of structure with the parent previously, and sometimes the parent wants to do all these things to make the kid, think they're coming home, or for whatever reason, the kid will go and have an amazing visit with the parent, but then they'll come back to the foster parent. And I remember being in family reunification, A lot of the foster parents would often complain, you know, when they left, they were fine, but when they came back home, that's where the structure kind of fell apart because of this routine. So oftentimes you see a lot of kids not being able to handle that routine when it comes to the transition periods. What does a structure look like? It's establishing household rules, daily routines and expectations, following an appropriate, oops, I don't know why it keeps doing that, sorry. Following appropriate rules and reasonable consequences, modeling desirable behavior, and maintaining consistency. Oftentimes, you see foster parents who kind of want to get to know the kid before they establish some of the rules. I had a foster parent who was very adamant when I was working in placement, who would often send me her household rules. She only took teenage girls, and she always would send her rules, and she wanted to know that we went over the rules with the young ladies, and if they were willing to abide by her rules, then she was often willing to accept that placement. And it was interesting to me because I felt that foster parents got into it to have kids placed with them, but this woman was doing what you call setting a structure and a boundary at the same time. And it's kind of respectful because at least the kids knew what they were dealing with once they were placed in her home. In terms of appropriate consequences, things like visitation cannot be used as an appropriate consequence. That's something that has to be discussed with the worker. So you can't discipline a kid, a foster child, and say, for example, if you do this and you have a bad week, then you don't get to go and see your mom or dad on the weekend. Those visits are usually set up and approved through the courts and by the child welfare worker. So the only person who really should be stopping those visits is the courts or child welfare worker, because if they're stopping it, they have to have a good reason. So it can't be used as a form of discipline. Another thing that comes up for foster parents is discipline with the cell phone. That's a huge one. Sorry, I was hearing music.
Sorry, it was my.
So what you're signing when we complete your walkthrough of your home and you're sitting down with the placement worker doing the paperwork, one of those forms is called a personal rights. And in that personal rights, it lets the kid pretty much know, and it lets you as the foster parent also know that that kid has an attorney, that kid knows that they are tied to the court system. And one of the most difficult things in parenting is having the ability to take away that cell phone. So what we say is it's not something that you can just take away automatically. You can have a boundary around it. It is their personal property. And what I've had in the past is I had a parent who was actually a relative. It was a grandfather, and he had a kill switch in his house that shut off the cell phone at a certain time. So the kid recognized that, you know, the phone is off at 9. So you didn't actually take away the kid's personal property, but you found what I consider is a creative way to set that boundary once that kid, you know, knows that it's bedtime in order to have a healthier transition. Also, you should consider modeling desirable behaviors. Some of the things that you want to think about are the ways that you discipline your own kids, because kids watch what you're doing and they want to know that you're going to be consistent. They want to know that you're going to follow through on what it is you're saying you're going to do. So it's not in your best interest to threaten or get into this match with a kid because they think they, you know, it's hard to set a boundary with them. So you also want to think about maintaining your own personal boundaries. You want to make sure you have a healthy environment and that you're able to establish a boundary for yourself so that you're not burnt out, you know, in dealing with this child's behavior. And thirdly, you want to also be able to assist the kid in establishing and maintaining boundaries so that they don't hurt themselves or others. I know one of the things that comes up around boundaries is that when you see kids who have been abused or neglected, in particular, kids who have a history of sexual abuse, sometimes they want to go and hug everybody. And it's important for you to kind of establish that boundary when the kid first comes into your home around the safe space, in terms of maybe drawing a circle around the kid and finding out, is it okay to hug the kid? And then trying to teach the kid appropriate boundaries, like when you're at the park, so that the kid is not running out, hugging or jumping on everybody's lap. So then the notion is that some of these boundaries, they determine how we interact with others in the community. Boundaries are also, I'm sorry, I'm like flipping back and forward. Boundaries are also a key to promoting the child's emotional and physical safety and well-being. It emphasizes internal and external. Like I was saying with the kids who have been abused and neglected, you never know sometimes why they're in the system. So you want to make sure that you understand what has happened to them, so that you'll know how to proceed in terms of how to set a boundary for them. It also offers corrective emotional and physical experiences, and it also reduces shaming or violation of personal space. Even though some of the kids who've had a history of being sexually abused, want to be hugged all the time, it helps them to kind of create that safety within that space of knowing that it's okay to hug people. It's just not okay to hug everyone. What does boundary setting look like? Boundary setting is establishing expectation around physical touch. It is making sure that you respect other person's personal space. I know that right now with COVID-19, I'm actually a hugger. So I don't know what that's going to look like when we return, or when the world resumes and opens back up in terms of personal space, because right now everybody is required to stay, 6 feet in terms of social distancing. So it'd be a good time to teach a kid with poor boundaries that personal space issue. It also helps to establish privacy around toileting and showering, dressing and undressing, open and closing doors, and appropriate versus inappropriate questions. When the worker walked through your house, I don't know if there's anyone in this class who doesn't have space, but I've dealt with homes where we've had to do documented alternative plans. And sometimes we would have to create a space. And what that space does, it creates privacy for that kid. Under the foster care laws, every foster child is required to have privacy, basically, which means they can't be in an area of a home where it is considered a common area, because they are required to have personal space. So if you have what is called a DAP in your home right now, you need to make sure that you maintain that space in order for privacy to be maintained for that child boundary, as well as for the home, because that's why the home was approved. It also establishes expectations around how we relate to one another, both in family and socially. Again, it kind of draws question to how you are able to maintain that kid's ability to go into the community. You don't want a kid who's a hugger to be constantly hugging or encouraging them to hug people because of what, their personal space is. You want to make sure that they have that personal space, and that you're able to teach them, arm's distance when you are dealing with them in the community, so that they're not, just at the grocery store running around the aisles hugging everyone. I don't know how some of you guys are going to deal with this whole 6 feet thing now that we're doing social distancing. So the purpose of understanding positive parenting is the attitude of the parent and the emotional outcome of the child. So the thing is that it is to, let me just switch my screen. Punishment is to instill fears and to prevent behaviors in the future. It's also for discipline to correct and offer a learning experience. I'm so sorry, I don't know how to go back and forth. So what you don't want to do is have a child in your home who is developmentally not being disciplined appropriately. appropriately because, you know, of your style. You always have to keep in mind if you have a kid in the home who has an IEP and has some learning disabilities, what that discipline should look like. Or if you have a 3-year-old and you're giving the 3-year-old a week-long, you know, punishment, that 3-year-old is not going to understand, you know, why they're being punished 2 days later, because developmentally they're only 3 years old, as opposed to, I see you laughing, Miss Latanya. Did you have something?
Like, who the hell does
I,
that?
I mean, it's going to be quite obvious that the 3-year-old's not going to respond.
But you would be surprised. Like when I was in placement, I was overhearing one of my coworkers' conversations, and she was sharing, well, she wasn't sharing, she was actually frustrated with a county foster home in particular. And I was disgusted because the woman was basically calling for a 7-day notice at the time for a baby. And when I heard my coworker just gasp, the reason she was calling for the notice was because the baby cried too much. So this woman had an expectation that this baby was going to come into her home and be quiet. I don't know. So it's kind of like, you know, the punishment has to fit the crime, and the crime has to be something age appropriate, you know, because oftentimes you have parents who, you know, think a kid is going to stand in timeout, you know, for an hour. Timeout should never be an hour. That's time for you, not time for the kid.
Right, right.
Kid is only going to understand 5 minutes, you know, 8 minutes at the most, but an hour is kind of what we call excessive.
Yeah, it sounds like we need parenting licenses instead of driver's licenses, right?
Exactly.
And one of the kids that we're looking to come in to our home is coming from a troubled background. And so this information on discipline and setting up structure is important. I do have a quick question about, would you guys give a sample of these house rules of what we can use, what would be appropriate?
What were you thinking in terms of a sample? Because the biggest thing in terms of discipline is that you're not using corporal punishment, because we can't remove a kid from a parent for physically disciplining a kid and the kid has marks and bruises, and then we're placing with you and your husband and you think you can spank the kid as well.
Mm-hmm. But see that, oh, okay, so it's not corporal punishment that we're looking for. I want to start there because I don't believe in spankings personally, and communicating to a teenager is quite difficult, but I do like giving them a list of things up front that would make it feel, I mean, I kind of feel like, one, I'm giving them the golden ticket, you know, like here's what I expect, but at the same time, I feel like, how do I put it? They're not listening to authority anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The kid that you're going to be parenting, is it going to be a teenager?
Yeah, she's 15. She's 15. She's showing signs of.
She wants to be emancipated at 16.
She wants to be emancipated. She wants her freedom, basically.
She wants to be sexually active.
So I feel like
everything about her. This is
I feel like when I've been working with parents, I've actually, I think someone who's 15, you really sit down and you make the house rules with them and talk about, you know, I think when I have made house rules with parents, it's about like, we're not closing doors with multiple children in a room. You know, we get dressed in the bathroom or our bedrooms when we are interacting with other people. When we come to the breakfast table, the expectation is that you're wearing, you know, school clothing, you know. I think some of those details have to come out in the beginning. You know, this is my curfew. You have to be careful around the cell phones, but I have friends who the Wi-Fi goes off at 9 o'clock, and we're not doing any more gaming. We're not doing any of that. So I think that there's a way that you can have a conversation about that. And then what I was talking to parents about is like when something does happen, talking to the young person about, okay, what do you think the consequence of this should be? So that number one, you're reeling in your own sort of like, you're not going anywhere for a month, which I've been there as a parent, even though I don't have teenagers, but I've been there with my 3-year-old, like, I'm just taking this away, and like that doesn't necessarily work. But it's like having that conversation of what do you think would, you're not coming home with curfew. So what are we supposed to do? Let's work this out. Now, not everybody agrees on that kind of parenting, right? Not all of us were raised that way. And so it's a different paradigm to put on.
But I like what you said, Amy, and I think that's a good suggestion for LaTanya, because at first, when I got the woman's rules from her home, I was like, what? You mean I gotta go over this with her? And then what you're saying actually ties to it. It makes sense. It's almost like a way of setting that contract where you're agreeing to the rules. And I like how you said you go over the rules and you allow the teenager to kind of make the rules with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good suggestion, LaTanya, in terms of how you this kid in your home, because I think it is parenting differently with an open mind when you become a foster home, basically, because the things that you did with your own kid, it can't, you know what I'm saying? Some of the things have to be adjusted a little bit to work with us because we're involved, and this is technically not your child biologically.
Absolutely. I sometimes opening up that conversation is so hard, but what Amy was saying was so important because it allowed me to say, oh yeah, we could actually talk to each other first and figure out where they are, and maybe that will be getting to shape their ideals of the positive roles that they can have within the house. What can they do? Because I think that is important, that when we develop things for ourselves, we value them more. So I think that's a perfect way to start that conversation with this young lady. And the great thing about us is that this is for a grandchild. So we need this regardless of placement in our house. This is probably something we're going to have to start to establish our relationship with her, given all of her history. But thank you guys on that.
No, and it's actually, it's not easy. My hat goes off, and I do appreciate all the work that foster parents do, because I wouldn't know how to start with a kid coming into my home and know how they were being parented before. And then you're dealing with a situation where you don't really know how the people whose home they're coming from have, historically parented them, what their discipline and structures were. And it probably would be a good idea, like Amy shared as well, to have a conversation with the home that they're coming from and find out some tools and some tips in terms of how to have that initial conversation and then how you move from there with the young lady. Can you guys see my screen? Oh my goodness. Okay. Donna, can you chime in for me? I'm having a problem going back.
Hey, are you using your going back? So use page up and page down, or the arrows.
Is it at the top?
These are your function keys on your computer pad. So either page up or page down. There you go.
There. Oh, thank you. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, do you want to be on understanding positive parenting, purpose, punishment, discipline?
I do.
Okay, cool. You're good.
Thank you. So the attitude of the parent, it kind of makes a difference. when you are punishing a kid, you may want to check in with yourself. And I know, especially for teenagers, LaTanya, that's going to be huge. Are you angry and frustrated, or are you coming at them with, a level of concern? And is there a lesson? Which I know the screen doesn't say that, but for me, there's always, is there a lesson in this for the kid as well? Because you don't want the kid to not feel that, you're not offering love and concern and compassion while you're a little bit angered and frustrated. And usually the emotional outcome of the child is there's some fear, there's some shame, and there's some guilt. You don't want to cause those reactions, but it is typical. It's a way to kind of co-parent and to discipline that kid without making them feel, afraid of you. I know that when I was growing up in my home, I did get whoopings, and it was like, when I was a teenager, I was afraid of my mother. So I didn't really feel like I could talk to her. So then raising my son, I actually didn't discipline in terms of doing, corporal punishment. And my mom would always look at me like, what are you doing? He needs his butt spanked. And I'm like, well, that's not how I'm going to choose to discipline him, because I feel like I don't want him to be afraid of me. I want him to be able to come and have a conversation with me. So I'm like the stepchild of the family when it comes to disciplining kids, because even though they'll get the message and they'll feel the love and they'll get an understanding, they also won't get that fear from me, and I'm not going to make them feel guilty or ashamed of what they did, because they're just kids, and that's the way I looked at it with my son. And then with my son, as I shared with you guys before, because he's also special needs, it's kind of like, well, why am I going to whoop him? And he doesn't really understand why I'm whooping him. He's autistic. So it's like, I was trying to meet him at where he was in terms of, I would often get on the same page as his teachers, and we would, develop the same discipline so that it would be consistent at home as well as at school. So oftentimes what I found myself doing was the behavioral charts. So the behavior chart would start at school for the day, and then it would come home with me that night. And it was actually very helpful because it let me know what his day looked like. It let me know if there was a not so great transition. And it also kind of set the tone as how he was going to be that night. So, you may want to consider some of those things in terms of discipline the smaller kids, but not the 15-year-old, Miss LaTanya. Some text. Oh, so what we're gonna do is take maybe a 5 or 10 minute break, it looks like, and then we'll come back in like, if we do 10 minutes, 11:50. Oh, I'm sorry, 5 minutes according to this Donna. We're gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll be back at 11:45 so that we can wrap up positive parenting. Erica, do you have the music?
All right, we are back. And I am going to carry on until Cherae gets back. But one thing about that we didn't really talk about, and we haven't, it's not really covered in this presentation so much, but I think another piece of parenting is talking to our young people about bodies and sexuality. So I know that people have feelings about using real body parts. And, you know, sort of the research has shown that that has contributed to some of the child sexual abuse that happens if we're not using our real body parts. People have a harder time, children have a harder time actually saying what's happening. So that's one piece of it. But also sort of this intergenerational lens of sex and sexuality with youth. How are we informing them? I think is a very good question. I know a lot of people are resistant to having conversations about sex and sexuality with young people because there's this idea that they will then start having sex, but that is not true. So I just wanted to bring that up in terms of actually thinking of what your strategies are going to be in having these conversations. There are a lot of great books out there. I have been part of an organization called Generation 5 that has a really good summary of bodies and what's happening and changes that youth have from youth to adulthood. From a really like sex positive and body positive way, that I had the pamphlet and I gave it to my friend who has a 14-year-old and I said, just put it on your coffee table. You don't have to actually go detail by detail, but even providing some information is very helpful. But just young people don't have it easy in negotiating these things. And I know there's a lot, technology has brought in a whole new ball game around this. You know, kids are getting in trouble for sexting as sex predators, you know, and that comes with a lot of consequences later on down the road of who you can interact with, where you can live, things like that. So, you know, actually having the conversation around what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate. And that's not to say young people aren't going to make mistakes, because they will, but, you know, putting controls on what websites kids can have access to on the computers and on the cable networks and things like that is important. So I just wanted to open it up to see if anybody has any thoughts and feelings about that. It brings up a lot of things for folks usually. Welcome back, Cherae.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
We're just having a little conversation about talking to young people. Oh, wait, I see, Latanya, you were talking.
Go ahead. That's actually a very good topic, because that's how we end up with a lot of the kids in these human trafficking situations. I think another issue that I have in terms of it being difficult to be a parent today is that because kids have so much access to social media, it's a difficult conversation, especially Miss Latanya with a 15-year-old, when you talk to them about you know, social media and being on the internet without violating their rights.
Right. All right, let's see. Latanya, did you have something you were saying? Let me unmute you. Or try. No, you didn't. You weren't. Okay. No. Okay. Okay, we got something from Tanisha. Let's see what this says. Okay, that was just about phones and video phones. Okay, so I mean, maybe people have feelings, but they're not expressing it. I will just send you to the library. There are a lot of good books that are really talking to parents about how to have these conversations, and start it before you think you should, because Twitter, Snapchat, I mean, if you're not up on this technology, which I am not, and I'm almost hoping that the technology falls off the planet by the time my child is 10. It's wishful thinking, but because you really have to know your stuff, and the emojis that kids are using. We, you know, as trainers, we just had this training about the things that are being said without saying anything, right? There's this code that young people can talk in that we old people, we have no idea what you're talking about. You know, and part of that is creative and amazing, and part of it is like frightening, terrifying perhaps, that young people are having these conversations. So just like drugs, the more honest you can be about bodies and sex and sexuality, your credibility will be much higher when there is an issue happening. And I would strongly recommend that we want our kids to ask questions and come to us instead of asking the kids at their school who don't know the answers, who are getting misinformation or are going based on rumors and things like that. So I just wanted to put that out there. And not an easy task that we're asking you to do either. Cherae, Donna asked me to go towards the review. Do you want to go towards the review or do you want me to do that?
She's saying we need to go ahead with the review.
Yes, she's told me that we have to release them by 12 so they can do their quiz.
Yeah, let's go ahead and move towards the review then.
Okay, let's see. And we got to put it up on the screen. So you got to stop sharing your screen, I believe. Okay. And then if I can pull it up, this is a great time to ask a question if you haven't. All right, I'm opening it up. There it is. Let me share my screen. Okay. Do you want me to read it, Cherae, or you want to do it? I'm happy to. I just don't want to.
Oh, I'll read it if you could just switch it for me.
Absolutely.
Positive parenting includes all the following except setting boundaries, providing structure, spanking, and rewards. So what doesn't it include? It definitely doesn't include spanking. Children respond best when given positive reinforcements. That actually still works. Being a resource parent, you will be tested and or challenged. Things may get worse before they get better, and you may experience power struggles. The answer is all the above. The child knows your house rules are when they come home from school, they must complete their homework before they play on electronics. Good example of providing youth with structure and consistency, actually. Caregivers provide the child with a corrective learning experience because discipline is more effective than punishment. Following through on an appropriate and reasonable consequence is an important aspect of positive parents. True or false? The answer is true. Boundaries are not important. We all know that's not true. Children should be able children should be able to do what they want, when they want, where they want. So the answer is definitely false. One benefit of having structure in your home is that it can foster cooperation and reduce the chance of power struggles. That's definitely true. Your house rule is to do as I say, not as I do. This is a good example of positive parenting, since what you say goes, you do not have to model desirable behavior. That's definitely false. A positive parenting technique is to redirect a child to a safer or more appropriate activity. The answer is false.
Okay. I just want to add one more thing about, you know, I'm definitely on a learning curve, and my kid's only 3, and every developmental stage, every 6 months, I feel like I have to change up something that I do to sort of reflect her current age and development and things like that. But one thing that I've been doing that I never got was when I mess up, which I often do. You know, I overreact. I'm a human being, right? And so I'm stressed. I have, you know, things, how I want things to go a certain type of way, and it doesn't always work that way, right? But I go back and I apologize, and I say, oh, I overreacted, and I'm sorry, and you know, my response wasn't as good as it could have been, and I'm going to try to do better. And she's only 3, and I'm hopeful that that will allow her to understand that, like, you know, I'm trying to keep her safe. I'm trying to teach her the right way to be. And, you know, as human beings, we all make mistakes, and we have to kind of go back sometimes and acknowledge those.
We got a question, or I think I have a question. Latanya is asking, she didn't understand why the last one was false. Oh, Amy, you're muted.
Okay, let me see. The last question.
What was question 10?
A positive parenting technique is to redirect a child to a safer or more appropriate activity. That does sound like a positive parenting technique.
You know, when I read it, that's actually what I was thinking too, Latanya, because to me, sometimes redirection, you know, it's healthier than having that power struggle.
Latanya is right.
I feel like you might get extra credit for that.
She's dancing.
I like it. Are there any other questions that folks have on this topic? Otherwise, we're going to release you into Canvas, and then we're going to have some lunch here too. We're going to have a little lunch break after you all do a little work on that, as far as I believe, if I'm understanding the schedule correctly.
They have 30 minutes to do the quizzes, I believe, in Canvas. And then it looks like lunch is over at 12:55.
Okay. So does anybody have any questions about how to get to Canvas? What we're asking? Yes, I can see you. I see the hand. Let me unmute you. There you go. Go ahead.
What is Canvas? How do I get to it? Yeah, that.
Great question. Do you see the chat icon at the bottom of your screen?
Yes, it is highlighted and it has 4 on it.
So
okay.
Click on that. I sent the link twice.
Okay, I clicked on it, and what do I do now?
You're gonna you're gonna copy that link, open a browser, paste that link in, and it'll take you into Canvas.
You know, I'm sure that sounds really easy, and I'm sure it is easy, but I don't see cut and paste or copy.
You know how to highlight?
What am I highlighting?
Because
everything, all I see is Donna or V's.
Okay, where you see my name, there is a HTTPS at the bottom of my message. That's what you're gonna cut and paste. That's a link. You can't click on it, but you can cut it and paste it into another browser to go to it on the internet.
Copy. Yes, just copy. Select all now. You want to copy? Copy.
You don't have it.
It's all right. It's part of the learning curve.
Yeah, it is.
Technology. I mean, we've had to bump up our skills in the last couple of weeks. I know I have.
Yeah.
Pepino, I'm with you. I still haven't bumped up my skills on this Zoom thing either.
I have no idea, but
As exampled by me getting cut off this morning.
Do you want me to email it to you? I can.
okay, she got a Canvas. Now it's saying I am a new user. I already.
You're in the right place. You're doing good.
Right place. So log in, use your email, create a password. It'll have you in there and then it'll say enroll in course.
Okay, working. Email.com. Okay, and I am a new user. And I want everything.
And then you're going to go to module 5A, and there's going to be a quiz in there. And then you're going to complete module 5A quiz and module 5B quiz.
Okay, it says go to course or go to dashboard.
You're going to go to the course.
Come back later. You can access the welcome tour here.
You can bypass the welcome tour. Just go to go to module 5A.
Okay, module 1.
Scroll down.
Scroll down.
Module 4 and module 5A.
Yeah, and then continue scrolling until you see quiz 5A.
Quiz 5A. Yeah, quiz right there. Right there.
You guys are awesome.
Got this.
I got a smile. Oh, I'm so happy.
Okay, I
take the quiz. So do we do the quiz now?
You can do the quiz now. If you click on it, the timer is going to start. If you're not ready to do that, then don't click on preview or start or take quiz. None of that until you're ready to start.
So let's see, maybe other people have any questions. Are other people able to get on?
I need some help. So I got to the chat and I highlighted the canvas and structure enroll, but where do I see copy at? I don't know how do I copy that?
So you hit do you have a Mac or a PC?
PC. So I hit what? Control something?
Control C.
Control C, okay.
And then open another browser.
Okay, now
and you're going to paste that in the new browser and just hit enter.
Okay, wait a minute. So is that where it say file name?
File name?
No, okay, wait a minute. I don't know where to hit. Where do I go to new browser?
Okay, so you're going to you're gonna go find something on the internet. That's how you open a new browser. Just say you wanna go to Nordstrom's right now. You would open another browser and go to Nordstrom's. You're gonna do the same thing here. Just open a browser.
Wait a minute. See, I'm just.
Go above the Zoom chat to your to the internet.
Oh, there. Okay. I gotta go all the way out.
Yeah. Open the browser and then paste. Go Control V into the what do you call this?
It's an address line or something.
Address bar, yeah.
Control V.
And once you do that, you just hit enter and it should take you to Canvas.
Oh, Canvas image structure.
There you go.
You're in. Then you got to put your email in, make a password.
Click continue to get these free tools and myway.com update on your Chrome new tab.
You don't have to do the tool. The tool.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm hitting something I should be hitting. Is this wrong?
No, you're doing fine. it moves you through that tour unless you exit out of it.
Okay, what do I need to do to get exit out of it then? Because I don't need to.
Hit the X's.
Hit the X.
Yeah, hit the X.
At the top, all the way at the top?
Is your screen gray? Part of it gray?
No. Oh, it just says overview. Should I go to something else or add to Chrome, or what should I do? I don't know.
Overview. Is it asking you anything about Canvas?
No, I don't see that. I'm at the Chrome web store. I don't know how I got there. So
So what kind of web browser are you using? Are you using Internet Explorer?
Yeah, Google. Is it Google?
If you're using Google, it should work. Google Chrome or Mozilla Fox.
Yeah, Google Chrome. That's what I'm using. I don't know where I'm supposed to be.
You might have X'd out of the actual page, so you might have to go back up into your open another browser window.
You're almost done. Click the Add to Chrome button, then click Add Extension to continue.
Just do what it's telling you to do.
Okay, and then it said add extension. We say, do I go to add extension?
Yeah. You're updating your computer.
I apologize. I don't know what I'm doing.
It's not.
Click the button to continue.
It's not you. I'm trying.
Add Chrome to continue.
How's everybody? Can I get a thumbs up if you've gotten to Canvas? Okay, I got some. Tanya, what we got? Okay, oh, double. I saw that. Okay, I like that a lot. Gwen?
Can you hear me?
I'm actually done with both quizzes.
Look at you.
Wow.
You're free for lunch then.
Thank you, guys. And what time do we come back again?
I believe it was 12:55.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Did you say create the account?
Yes, create the account.
So you guys said go to module 5?
5A.
Okay.
It's asking for join code.
The join code is NB96T8.
And that's module 5 identity or module 5 intersectionality, or just all of it's all these module 5s.
You're doing 5A the quiz and 5B the quiz. So in module 5A, look down and there's a quiz. That's what you want to do.
Okay. And which other one?
5B.
Okay.
And then when we come back from lunch, we're going to talk about 6. Module 6. That's where we are.
Okay, I'm lost. I have not gotten to what I need to do, and I don't know what to do now. Should I just close everything? Because I'm just totally not where I'm supposed to be, I don't think.
What is your screen saying now?
I'm at the Chrome web store. Is that wrong?
You must not have Chrome, and it's trying to get you to add it. But you don't have to add Chrome. If you have Google, you can go through Google.
That's why I don't understand what.
So you can X out of that.
Okay, I'm all the way back to. Okay.
So open the internet, or actually you're already on it. So just go to the top of your screen and open another browser. Don't worry about opening a program.
Uh-huh.
So go all the way to the top, and next to where you're at on Zoom, there's a plus button. Hit that plus button.
I'm trying to see where is that at.
Go all the way to the top. Go outside of Zoom. We're not going to lose connection. You just won't be able to see me. Just go outside of Zoom.
Okay.
So at the top, you'll see all your tabs, and then there is a plus button.
Hmm. No, I don't know. This is so frustrating.
On your Zoom screen to the right, do you see a line, a square, and an X?
Yeah, right, right.
Touch the line.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to park Zoom or minimize Zoom. Did that work, or did it say you can't do that?
Well, it's the screen is blank. It just shows my desktop. It doesn't show.
Great. Now that you can see, okay, you can't see your internet at all?
No. No, should I go back to Google Chrome or try to go in?
Don't know.
Okay.
Oh, just open up your Zoom again.
Okay.
Can you see us?
Wait a minute. Oh, it's talking about join meeting again. I don't know why it's doing that.
Because you tried to. Anyway,
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I just
don't be sorry. It's okay. It's just hard for me because I can't see your screen, so I'm trying.
Right. That's the same thing my daughter tells me. She usually gets this stuff pulled up for me, so I don't. That's why I'm confused. Okay.
And nobody's there with you?
Nope.
At the what if she shares her screen?
So yeah, I mean that would be a good idea. Do you see your Zoom toolbar?
Okay, there I am back with the screen. Okay.
Perfect. I see you.
Yeah.
I never lost you, so.
Yeah, I just didn't know which one to hit. Like I told you, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Shoot. So.
Okay.
I finished the first test.
Okay.
And how do what is the next test?
Just go, you need to go back to the previous screen, go to modules, and then scroll down to 5B, and that's the next quiz is right there.
Okay, I don't know why it's telling me I got 10 points on it already. That's what was throwing me.
That's because you are perfect. There's only 10 points.
Okay.
I wouldn't say all that.
That's good. You slick tongue devil, you.
Yeah, I got a compliment for everybody. That, that's how I make friends.
I'm a little confused. Let me this.
Okay, Donna, can you help me now?
Okay, so now that you're back on the Zoom screen, you see the line, the square, and the X again.
Hit which one? The line?
No, don't hit the line. Hit the square.
Square. Okay.
Okay. So now it's going to make the Zoom window a little smaller.
Okay.
So now you should be able to see your tabs and your internet browser at the top of the screen above the Zoom.
No, I don't. Oh, I don't see it. Let me see if I can see it. Okay. So now what I need to do?
Can you see the tabs?
Yeah.
Okay, hit the plus sign.
Hit the plus sign.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
The plus sign should be to the right of your tabs.
Hmm. My are you talking about the tabs at the bottom? My tabs are to the side. You mean that's on my desktop or what?
No, your internet tab. So you should have maybe a launch meeting, Zoom. You might have a Google tab that's open. How did you get here today? What did you do? Did you go to your email? Maybe
Yeah, I went to my email and I zoomed and I hit Zoom.
Okay, so is your email still open?
Seems like it should be, but because my email was on Google Chrome.
So you must have. You know what? Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it because I want you to have enough time to break. So we'll figure out how to get you there later. Go ahead and take a break.
I'm good. I'm good. I don't even need a break. I just want to get this stuff over with. I'm getting frustrated. So I just want to get it done. Maybe you need a break. If you need a break, go ahead. I'm just trying to figure out what I need to do.
Well, you have a lunch until 12:55. I'm fine with helping you.
Okay.
But,
So right now it says Yahoo. Do I need to go to Yahoo? That's where my mail is. Is that where I need to go to, or
you don't need to go to your mail. I'm just trying to get you onto the internet.
I got you. Yeah.
So just open up an internet browser and see what happens. One that you're used to using, other than Internet Explorer.
Okay. Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
Since you know how to open your email, just go to your email.
Okay. Okay, I'm at my email.
All righty. So at the top,
Mm-hmm.
where you open that, there should be a plus sign to the right. Outside of your email, at the very top, there should be a plus sign.
Yeah, I see the plus sign at the
Okay,
very.
hit that. Then now your address bar should be blank.
It is.
In that blank address bar, type HTTPS.
If I hit paste, you think it'll hit what I have already had?
Just do what I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm sorry, HTTPS.
PS.
Wait. HTTPS. Mm-hmm.
Colon.
Mm-hmm.
Then 2 forward slashes, and
Okay.
the forward slashes are below the question mark.
Yeah, I got it.
Then type Canvas, that's CANVAS.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Dot instructor, that's INSTR.
It's .com.
Instructure.com.
It's showing. Okay. Do I hit register or just .com?
Just .com is fine.
Because it's coming up. That's what I was saying.
Okay. So you're going to go to enroll.
Oh. No. Gotta scroll down, correct?
I think so. I think you have to scroll down to see it. If you're under canvasinstructure.com,
Mm-hmm.
you can go back to the address bar and I can give you the rest of this if it's not performing as it should.
It says, do you mean canvas.instructure.com? And then it says online learning management, and then it goes to student sign in, free.
Student sign in. There you go.
Student sign in. Okay. Okay.
So it's going to ask you to enter an email address and then the name, and you're going to create a password. Latoya, you are so cute.
Okay, so do I go?
I'm going to give you a join code.
I'm wondering if I'm under the right one because it says log in or register.
Register.
Oh, and it says corporate email address and all that.
Yeah, but you don't. It's not a corporate email, but
put my own email.
Yeah, put your email in there.
Okay. All right. All right.
And does it ask for your name?
It did my name. It did company name. It just put 1955, and then it put my address.
And it just keep moving through it.
It did all that. It put it all the blue highlighted. It already entered in.
Okay.
Then I agree to one of these, I guess. To the private policy or the information being processed?
Either one, doesn't matter.
Okay. Register now. Okay. Ooh, it says there were errors in your request. Goodness gracious. Corporate email, provide a corporate email address.
Yeah, don't hit corporate, to hit the other one then, because that's hit private.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's still not letting me. I the other one, and it's still showing red things. Please provide a corporate email address. I agree to tech targets term of use, privacy policy, and transfer to the United States.
It seems like it's asking you more questions than it asks most people because it's pretty simple to go in. So
yeah,
not
yeah.
sure, but we're going to get through this.
Thank you. I appreciate your help.
No worries.
And I hate to be someone that's so.
Once you get through it once, you can, it's so easy to get back in. So it's
Yeah,
all good.
it says job title and all that stuff. That's what it's asking.
It's asking you way too much.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing all that. Should I go back?
Do you see a sign in or sign up?
Should I go back to
Yeah,
the login?
go back.
Maybe I'm under the wrong one. I don't know.
Okay, so go back to your address bar.
Okay.
And so it should read https://canvas.instructure.com. And then it should be another /. Type in enroll, ENROLL.
And then has this number, NBC.
Yeah, type that in, do another /, and then type that in afterwards and see if that works better.
Okay, okay, I typed that in and
hit enter.
Okay. Okay, and then it has online learning management integrates with Canvas, Canvas infrastructure, free download. That's what Talk asks.
Yeah.
At the bottom, it has access Canvas, log in faster, search plus, install now. Is that what I should do, you think?
Don't install anything, just.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out which one do I need to go to, because I don't know which one I need to hit.
Read it to me again.
Okay, the first one says online learning management integrates with Canvas. And the other one is Canvas infrastructure, free download. The next one is begin download. Next one is begin download. And install, begin download, access Canvas, log in faster. That's what it says.
Do the first one.
Okay. I know it's hard when you're not, when you doesn't really, go sign me up and Canvas. That's where it says.
Yeah, and see, my logins are completely different because I'm an instructor, so I don't see what you guys see oftentimes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it says go sign me up and Canvas. That's the name of this. So it says home, contact, features, resources. Which one should I go?
I am so lost, girl. I have no idea. It shouldn't send you through all of that. Hold on a second.
Okay. There's an easy online class registration.
Denise?
Uh-huh.
Hi, this is Dominique. So I see that we're having some difficulties with the Canvas for you.
Uh-huh.
And I really do want you to get a break. So how about we try to, is there another quiz? Hold on, let me see something. We might try to do this at maybe after everything is probably said and done. Or is that okay? Because right
Okay,
now
I'm good.
I got to figure out what the confusion is. And it's a little difficult when you already been in Canvas and trying to go in there from your point of view. It's a little, hold on. Let me see. Is that all right? We can do this later while I'm trying to figure out what is going on.
That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, okay. So let me figure this out. All right.
Okay.
All right.
What time do we come back?
So break ends at
55, she said. I thought 12:55.
Yeah, 12:55.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I'm going back in the Canvas.
She here? Oh, I see, I see.
I can hear it, Erica. Hello. Girl.
Capital One knows life doesn't alert you about your credit card.
Next stop, Graham Street. And Brian in the khaki shorts. Your free trial to Movie Plus ends tomorrow, so you may be charged. Want to continue or cancel? Stand clear of the closing doors.
So meet Eno, Capital One's assistant. Eno looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Eno, another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Limitations apply.
What's up? This is Connor from Nothing But Thieves, and you're listening to our new single, Is Everybody Going Crazy? Tap the button on your screen to listen to this song and more music from us. Cheers.
This is sunrise and those brown eyes, yes. You're the one that I desire. When we wake up and then we make love, it makes me feel so nice. You're my water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the talent I take when my head hurts. You're the sunshine of my life. I just want to see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I follow. No matter how far. If life is a movie, then you're the
Hey, Cherae.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. So sorry.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Hey, Dave and Javier, you guys have been quiet today. So this afternoon, it looks like we're going to be going over Module 6, which is understanding your role on the professional team. Does everybody understand their role on the professional team, or that you actually are a part of our professional team? Yes. I see some head nodding. Okay, I'm going to try at my best attempt to share the overhead for this one. Let's see, share. Sorry, give me 1 second. Positive parenting. Let me see. I think I have to go out and. You all see it?
Not now.
What about now?
No, I see you. Nice glasses.
Thank you. My mother has been trying to take these from me.
Hey, hey, Sheree. So do a new share.
Okay. Let me see. I think I got to go back in.
So you did the share, then you highlight on the document you want and click the blue button again. All right, girl.
There we go.
Yes. And then how do I do it for a slide?
Go to the top of your screen, remember?
Slideshow.
Uh-huh. And then from
there it is.
Yeah,
I got it. Okay, so basically, now that you are becoming licensed as a foster county home, you are a part of our professional team. So this afternoon, briefly, we're going to talk about understanding your role on the professional team, resource family requirements, and overview of forms, reasonable and prudent parenting standards, confidentiality, and visitation. So what it means to be a professional team member for us is that you are now partnering with all of our system, which is very confusing at times, which is why they broke it down in this slide. So there's a number of workers who a lot of people have complained about that come into your homes. There's a role of an RFA unit, which I am an RFA worker. Some workers are licensed evaluators. I know those of you who don't have a child designated for your home, the non-matched people have a licensed evaluator, and I think right now we just have one evaluator, which is Juan. The rest of you all should have a child welfare worker as your evaluator. So there's an RFA worker, and then there's a unit supervisor. Above the unit supervisor is a program manager. So right now we actually don't have one, and our program manager is in two folds. It was Sonia Frost, who is now our division director. The division director is over the placement unit as well as the RFA units. The role of the RFA worker is completely different than the role of the placement worker. Usually the placement workers who also have a unit supervisor, they're the ones who do the walkthrough of the home, and they have you sign off on most of the forms initially. They also do the initial background checks. They work towards getting any exemptions done, whether it's a standard exemption or if it's a simplified exemption. And then they forward it on to the RFA child welfare workers. So the child welfare workers come in and we write the reports as well as make sure that all of the information is gathered. So as part of that requirement, what we do is we look for you to have completed or at least be enrolled in this class. We look for you to have completed the orientation. We're trying to make sure that once you complete this class that you have completed or are enrolled next in the CPR and first aid, and that's infant and child. The reason why it's infant and child is because the compression to the chest is different than the compression to the chest of a child. In addition, we're making sure that any left out or any outstanding requirements are also met, and that can be if you are doing legal guardianship or just fostering, we still require that you have 2 character references completed or medical evaluation. Usually you guys, I'm pretty sure, have already completed most of the forms, because if you're already in this class, you should have already gone through the forms and had a placement worker since you now have an RFA worker. In addition to being a part of the team, moves from us, if you plan to adopt, there are different roles and responsibilities once it goes to adoption. There's a match specialist, and I believe we only have one match specialist in the county, and that's Wayne Luck. And then there are post-adoptions child welfare workers. Through that funding, there's also adoptions assistant program social workers. So they may or may not have an assistant helping them with the process. And there's always a unit supervisor, and I usually always include the program manager. And there's a division director who oversees all of those functions. Are there any questions? Role of the assessment center. Some of you guys may or may not be familiar with the assessment center. That is our 24-hour receiving center. And when I say 24 hours, that means that kids can come in and require placement at any time and all hours of the day or night. Once they go into the assessment center, they can actually stay at the assessment center for up to 72 hours. Up until recently, it was 24 hours. And then it was like a violation of the licensing. But since then, over this past year, I believe, since like mid last year, they have recently extended the allotted time to now 72 hours because it is considered a crisis center. The role of the child welfare worker, which is also very confusing and it's kind of hard to describe on the internet to you guys, is the primary child welfare worker and the unit supervisor. That CWW is usually assigned based on the family service plan. What is a family service plan? That is, if the child was removed and the court is offering them services, then it could be family maintenance. I'm sorry, if the child is in the home, it's family maintenance. But if the child is out of home, it could be the family reunification worker. So once that worker is assigned, you now have at least 3 or 4 workers who you've interacted with. You've interacted with the dependency investigations worker. You've interacted with the placement worker because the placement worker did the walkthrough. You may or may not have a licensed evaluator in lieu of that placement worker. You've now interacted with, or you will be interacting with, the RFA worker, and you may have later down the road an adoptions worker assigned as well. Any questions? What the law states. The law states that children, sorry, it's the way I have the screen set up. That assigning the authority and responsibility for careful and sensible parenting decision-making to the care provided for the best interest, safety, and well-being of the child. That means that you have the ability to define what the prudent parent standard is. And what we say the prudent parent standard is the means, the standard characterized by careful and sensible parental decisions that maintain the child's health, safety, and best interests. What that means is that you actually have the authority within a 24-hour time period to okay a child to be in, go to an overnight. That means that you don't have to restrict that child just because it's a foster child and that, that child can't participate in things. You would treat the child like you do your own in terms of the way the standard describes. You want to get to know where the child is going, have the contact information of that person, have met that person. You want to get a feel of that person, make sure you're not, letting the child interact with somebody who is kind of questionable. And like if we went to that person's house, that we would be okay with that person as well. The purpose of this law is to promote as normal of an experience for our youth while they're out of home. It also provides daily care for the youth in terms of giving the parent a break. It eliminates the barrier of having to go through the worker all the time whenever the child wants to go somewhere or wants to participate in what is called a typical social experience. It gives you the right to say yes or no, basically, as that child's prudent parent. And it also ensures that the youth are being upheld, during their time in out-of-home placement. You're not violating that child's rights by not allowing the child to participate in extracurricular activities because the child is in foster care. You're trying to give the child the most normal experience as possible. Under what circumstances does this standard apply? Extracurricular activities and social activities. That means if the child wants to play a sport, take a cooking class, go to after school care, spend a night at a friend's house, you know, anything that kind of helps normalize that child experience, as long as it's no safety issues involved and you have no concerns. The care provider uses a short-term child care, and that's less than 24 hours. Anything outside of 24 hours is more than short-term child care. Prudent parents also don't restrict the child's confidential calls. That's kind of tricky because sometimes you might have a parent who might be inappropriate. And I know that I've had to write ex partes previously in order to kind of tone down some of the language that the parent was using. So if it gets inappropriate, then in order to not restrict the parent from talking to the child, then you want to make sure that sometimes the conversations are inappropriate and you want to run stuff by the primary child welfare worker. The RFA worker is usually not going to be the one responsible for making those decisions. And the placement worker isn't either. It's usually the primary worker. Applying the reasonable and prudent parenting standards to extracurricular activities, you need to be able to assess the child's age and maturity and the developmental level. You also want to assess the type of activity and the setting. You want to make sure that there are no safety issues, there aren't any, you know, concerning people lurking around the setting that the child is going to be in, because you are the child, you are responsible for that child at this time the child is in care and residing in your home. You also want to assess the level of supervision provided and the level of potential risk involved. I say treat the kids like they're your own. Would you let your kid go to Uncle Johnny's house when you know when you were growing up that Uncle Johnny was a little bit questionable because he had all of the little girls sitting on his lap? The answer is no. You would not allow your kid to go to that house. You want to make sure that you use the best discretion for our kids that you do for your kids. Tying this to short-term standards, you want to make sure you assess for the child's age, safety, health, and behavioral propensities. You want to assess for the child care provider's ability to the ability to care for the kid. You also want to be able to kind of have insight into any possible risks. You want to assess and for the planning and potential medical or high-risk emergencies. This one is a little tricky. Applying the reasonable and prudent parent standards of confidential phone calls. So like I was saying previously, you can't withhold contact and communication, but there can be some restrictions in terms of confidential phone calls that the kids are able to make. You can request, in order to make sure you're not violating that child's rights, because they will tell you they have rights, you want to request a do not call list from the primary child welfare worker that coincides with any court orders and mandates. You also want to establish a procedure with the child welfare worker for long distance calls being made, as the county will not reimburse you for any long distance calls. I know that Pepito and his wife have a grandchild that's not in the state. Well, once that home is approved, the county actually is not going to compensate them for any long distance phone calls just because it is a foster care kid. It's kind of like it's your call. When it comes to confidentiality, you want to understand your ethical and legal obligations in regards to confidentiality. Information about children, and birth families must be held in strict confidence. That means when you have neighbors and they're kind of like lurking around and they knew that you didn't have any children, and now all of a sudden you have a 3-year-old or a 10-year-old in your house, you don't have to necessarily tell that neighbor everything about the child other than this is a child that you are caring for. You want to make sure that whatever you disclose, that it maintains that child's confidentiality without making the child feel weird or like they aren't a part of your family. Sharing of confidential information is allowed amongst members of the professional team within reasonable limits and when relevant to their role. Most of you all are actually parents and you're actually caregivers, I'm sorry. And the thought is that you know and have some insight into what's going on with the family members. But there's also things that you may be hearing when you're sitting at a CFT, for example, that you may not have been aware of. So it's in your best interest not to take what you hear in those meetings when you are a part of our professional team outside of that meeting. You know, it's kind of not okay if you throw what the parent is doing up in their face because they're in this court process. That's kind of unfair to them, because when you are parenting their kids, it makes it harder for you to build or to maintain that relationship and maintain that boundary with the parents. Sharing of confidential information should always be handled with a constructive purpose, benefiting the safety and well-being of the child. Again, just because it is a foster child, you don't have to tell everybody. It's not everybody's business. The child should be treated like they are a regular child in your home or a relative. Approved members of the professional team are usually social service agency workers, the placement worker, the RFA worker, the primary worker. Other members include the biological parent, the child attorney or guardian ad litem, the assigned medical professionals, the CASA workers, the teachers or other school personnel, and additional service providers identified in the service plan. For instance, if a child has an IEP and they have one of the qualifying diagnoses, you may also have an agency like Regional Center attached to the professional team. So that child would have a case manager through that agency. Any other agencies that might be working with that child, like a therapist, also would be considered part of the professional team. Approved information sharing between the child welfare worker and resource parents includes information regarding placement decisions. Like Amy was talking about earlier, you want to ask as many questions as possible because of some levels of confidentiality, and I always sometimes get a lot of questions about this piece. There's some things that can't be shared, but for the most part, prior to taking that placement, you should be made aware of a lot of things that are going on and asking questions about what exactly is going on with the child. It's okay to ask, for example, why is this child being brought into care? Because you want to know if this child might have possibly been sexually abused, so that way you can prepare this child who might have some poor boundaries to be in your home with your children or around your grandchildren. You also want to know if the child has been, if it's a baby or an infant, if that child has been exposed to drugs or alcohol. You want to know what the side effects may be. You want to know what the medical follow-up decisions are going to be as well. So you can ask questions regarding the placement of the child prior to the child coming in your home. I know that there's been some issues in the past where workers haven't disclosed things, and that can actually get them into trouble regarding some of the things or the reasons why the child was removed. So it is important to protect your home as well when you're asking regarding placement issues. You also want to consider the physical and or behavioral health needs of that child. Can you meet the needs of a child who might have a disability or who may have behavioral problems? Because those kids typically come with a lot more services. So are you able to provide those services to that child and work with the family as well. So those are some things to consider. Also to consider is safety planning purposes and conflict resolution.
Cherae, did we already talk about, I'm sorry to interrupt, but did we already?
Oh, please interrupt. I was just about to ask, it's quiet.
Did we already talk about Facebook and social media and all that sort of stuff? I usually get on my soapbox. Did we talk about
touched on it just a little bit earlier.
Okay.
I think that's really one of the touchier, like I said earlier, that's one of the touchier subjects because there's so much human trafficking going on. And I think like you said earlier, was that you, Amy?
Maybe. Was I talking about?
You had mentioned earlier that oftentimes, like I'm having all the technical difficulties today. Just imagine me with a kid who has all these, you know, expertise in all the different social media platforms like TikTok and, you know, Instagram and Facebook. I mean, they're so much more advanced. They don't even use some of the stuff that we've used in the past. However, it's being mindful about respecting their privacy, but also having conversations around safety issues with kids when it comes to things like social media. Did you add to that, Amy?
I was just talking about like posting pictures. I may have had this conversation last time, but you know, I had to have conversations with people like, please don't put a picture of my child up onto your Facebook page or in your story or any of these things. And, you know, and people didn't quite understand. I mean, once I explained it, like, you know, I don't want information to get out that, you know, this person is in foster care or any of that. So everybody's 6 degrees of separation. I don't know who you know, and they might know my child, right? So just putting some caution around that, and that it's not just your social media, that other people, have been surprised at how many people take photos of other people's children. Sometimes just when they're like, you've asked them to take care of them for an hour while you go to the grocery store, and all of a sudden on their Facebook page or wherever they've got, you know, 18 pictures of your kiddo doing whatever, you know. So just a level of caution around social media and what you post and how it could be perceived by other people.
Thank you. No, that's awfully true, because I know that a while ago when I was doing a different position, there was a group home actually that was doing a fundraiser, and I was so irritated because they had photos of my kid on her website and in their commercial. Like, it was really weird to me. So I took it back to the agency because I'm like, how did you guys get the go ahead to do all of this, you know, advertisement with this kid when nobody at the agency was aware of it? And I'm not saying it wasn't a good cause, but you're actually, you know, using this foster child through your promotional ads, and this child is not 18 years old. It's not a non-minor dependent type of situation. So you should definitely be mindful, and even telling other people to be mindful about, you know, the posting of foster kids on photos, because they have rights, and they have a right to not be exploited for whatever fundraiser, whatever reason. And also they have a right to confidentiality, like we're talking about right now, to not, you know, have the world know that they're a foster child.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Pepino.
Yeah, okay. So I heard you say that you have to respect the child's privacy. Okay, but how do you ensure that the child is not in a place that they can be endangering themselves if you're not monitoring what the child is doing?
That's where
a conflict to me.
It is a conflict, because that's where those safety conversations come in. And I think as a parent these days, I don't know, my hat is off to people parenting, especially teenagers, because it's very hard for a lot of these young adults to understand that there are predators who prey on people. And there's also safety issues that come with people, you know, with all this social media, and the kids don't understand that this is not safe. This is not putting my household in a safe situation, because people are just meeting, you know, we have a lot of the teenagers that meet people off of Instagram, and you don't know these people, and the kids don't understand they don't know these people. So it does put our parents, you know, in their homes at risk for safety issues. So I think, you know, it's definitely a good thing to have that safety conversation with the kids, especially if they're your grandkids.
So therefore, it would be wrong for me to monitor, at least at some timely basis, to monitor where they're going on a site and who they're doing and what sites they're going on. I mean, you know, children gets this, we all have had it, I'm sure, acted upon it in different ways, but we get this point of view where we know everything and the parents are stupid. So with that in mind, how do I ensure that they're not endangering themselves and also everyone in the household, and still respect their privacy? That the core of that seems to be a conflict which, you know, I know how I would handle it. I would basically want to see where they're going on the website. You know, I'd want to know where they're hanging out at on the websites. Not so much with children that are younger, but for teenagers, it's important. I've had a first cousin that took that personality, and this is in New Jersey during the early 80s. I've never seen Valerie again. No one in the family seen her again. She walked out of the house and no one literally seen her again.
Wow.
So, you know, for me, you're talking about the rights of the child, but also I have a responsibility for that child's safety. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I might come into conflict with what the rules are, is what I'm saying. Because
this is an everyday parenting struggle, though. It's not just a foster parent, potential foster parent struggle. Because when I do my ERU on the weekends, I had a case a couple months ago. This girl met somebody off of Instagram, and she ended up here in Oakland, all the way from Southern California. So it's kind of like, I get it. This is an everyday struggle. And I think even with her mother kind of having those safety talks with her, you know, after it was all over and we were able to get her back home, the mother had called me and I'm like, I can't keep expressing to you the safety issues that come up around the issues with social media. Like, these kids don't understand that it's not safe to go and meet somebody that you don't know, because you could end up in Oakland like this young woman did, and she had gotten beat up actually pretty severely. So it's kind of like, you put yourself at risk, you put my household at risk. And I think there's a way to talk to teenagers around, you know, those safety issues. And then it's always a way to bring it back to, or let the child welfare worker know and bring it up in a meeting, because our whole agency is aware of everything that happens around these teenagers with, you know, the social media issues.
All right. Well, I definitely agree with that, but I just wanted to bring up that point. You know, I don't, you know, feel like I'm the only one that might feel that way, but you know, safety is important. And as a man,
you know, my son is 28, but he has special needs, and I don't mean to bust myself out, but I still monitor him. I still monitor the stuff that he does. He doesn't know everything that I do when I monitor him, but I still do it because I feel like, you know, some of the stuff that these young adults do now, it's very unsafe to me.
Yeah, and if you want total animosity, you should animated. How do you say it?
Autonomy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. If you want to be totally, you know, where you're controlling everything that's going on in your life, that is a description of you being out supporting yourself and on your own. Is where, right. You know. So okay, I'm going to pay for your independence, and I can see that if I'm sure about your mentality, that you're following it in a manner that is not only safe but is productive. not only productive for you today, but it's productive for you in the long range, long term. So,
I don't know if there's
safety is a very important issue for me.
it's a very important issue worldwide, trust me. I don't know if there's any techie people on here, or because my question is there a way to maybe monitor or limit some of the access in terms of, or being able to go ahead and check in behind people when they're using social media to make sure that it's appropriate?
I'm sure that there is a way. I'm sure that there is a way. I have a niece in Florida. I think Gabby is, I think she could be no more than 12. My niece, well, actually, my brother-in-law, my niece's father, called me and told me that she had actually set up an account and was receiving, was it welfare, Social Security? She was receiving checks. That was my expression. How the hell did that come about? But it comes to find out that my niece was not monitoring what Gabby was doing on the internet. And I don't, to this day, I almost want to shake her hand. How the hell she figured that out at that age? But on the same thing, she's taking a lot of chances, not only with herself, but with the safety of the house when you're going on the web like that. So I'm not a fan of just letting kids go do whatever they want to do.
I'm not either, Mr. Pepino. That's why I said you're gonna have to find a way to do it where you're not violating their rights.
I get it.
Yeah, because my sister is married to this guy and he has a daughter. It's funny, during break I was talking to her, and the daughter, I kept telling her, you need to send her back to her mama, because the daughter is like she's had some trauma in her life, and she's very like adult-like. And when she was about 12 or 13, she had set up a dating profile and had a picture of my sister on the profile, but she was actually having conversations with grown men and had given one of the grown men my sister's address to come over. And I guess it got hostile or something. And my sister told me when she got home, the police were at her house. And it's kind of like, you never know what these kids are doing. So yours was from setting up where she got some illegal funds to my sister's experience in terms of having a false dating app in her name. So it's kind of like, you have to really watch these kids nowadays. It is a safety issue.
Yes, it is.
A lot of human trafficking.
So there are some apps that you can monitor. And again, there's a fine line between monitoring a young person and losing their trust. So there's a way that this has to be used, but there are apps that you can follow a whole bunch of a child's, Instagram, all those things, and it will alert you to any concerns. It doesn't necessarily let you, depends on which ones you have, but it doesn't necessarily let you read all the messages, but if there are concerns in the messages, it'll send you a notification kind of thing. So there are some things out there. I know I have a friend who she can shut down her Wi-Fi from an app on her phone, and she turns off the Wi-Fi at a certain time. And there are ways that you can see what websites your IP address has been. You have to figure out how to do all those things. And not everybody is well-versed in that. And every time a parent finds a way to find their way onto something, a young person has already found 3 ways to block that from happening. So they are smarter than us.
3 steps ahead of them.
Exactly. So, just to put that out there, there are things that you can do, but it's going to take a little more research.
Thank you.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
So, I had a few nieces and a nephew that were taken into custody in Sacramento, and my niece said they were. I'm speaking about this phone thing. How they say, they have their own rights and everything. I'm just curious to know, why did Sacramento take my niece? My niece had 2 phones, and the people took her phone, but she hid one of them. That's how she was able to communicate with us and, you know, her mom, or else she wanted to communicate. She said they took her phone. So if they have rights when they come to our homes, why is it that, or how is it that Sacramento was able to take her phone? So is there a difference
Did
between?
they take her phone when she arrived at the receiving center?
Yes, they took her. Well, she had two phones and they took one. They thought she only had one and they took one and she hid the other one. And she was able to contact whoever she wanted to contact and let them know what's going on and, you know, with her, but they actually took her phone. They took
that's the protocol. Even if they come into our center in Hayward, one of the first things that they do is take their cell phone so that they don't have cell phone access while they're at the receiving center. And then typically when the workers transport, the phone is usually returned to them when they are arriving at the new placement. What I usually do is take the phone with me, and then I give the phone to the foster parent so that the foster parent is aware that the child has a phone. But I have seen incidents where the kids will have two phones on them, and then the center might not catch the second phone.
So what's the difference if the kids have rights? You say, you know, they have rights and you're not supposed to take their phones. Well, how is it that they can take their phones in the receiving center and that's okay? That doesn't have any effect on the kids' rights then?
Well, the receiving center, it comes into an issue because there's more than one kid there. And for example, if there's a kid there who has a open sexual abuse case, then that kid should not be communicating with the perpetrator, basically. And that's part of the reason that there is like a call list. So like it's not violating their rights. They willingly give the phones back when they leave the receiving center. So I guess they kind of catch a loophole because there's usually more than one kid at that receiving center when kids come into care.
I see. Because here,
what you're saying is in terms of a form of discipline,
right?
Well.
Because here at home, and I will probably have to incorporate new things when the other kids come. But here, when things are not going right, and it's a lot of problems nowadays, especially with what is this? All this internet access and Instagram and live chats and all that stuff like that. These kids get mixed up in a lot of stuff. When I find at times, like say my son is getting off the hook or something like that with that internet stuff, I completely, if it's too much, I completely just take his phone. He's simply like, I just gave him his phone back. And everything is running smooth now because it was just too much internet stuff going on. And I cannot, he has the kind of phone where even if I cut that box off, it still works, you know?
So it works on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it works off of Wi-Fi, on and off as well. You know, he just doesn't use up too much of his data if he's on the Wi-Fi connected to the, you know, the home device. So yeah, that the phone thing is not really something new. It's just something that I knew coming off into it is, you know, their rights, you can't take the phone. And I was just wondering, and you answered the question that I asked, why is it that when they go and they deal with you guys on the front line first, they can take their phones and it's not a, you know, they don't consider that their right, but you answered the question.
Yeah, we just have a loophole, Miss Tanisha. It's kind of like, you know, if we have 13 kids, which typically on the weekends over the past couple of weeks with the COVID in place, there's been a number of kids there. And I know a number of those kids have been like sexual abuse allegations. You can't have a phone and then those kids have access just because they want to talk to their mom and their stepdad might be the perpetrator. So it is a loophole with the assessment center's ability to take the phone. But like I said, once they are released, or even if they, you know, want to AWOL, which is go, you know, just leave the site, then they will return the phone to them if they are AWOLing. I'm I'm getting a message. I love this whole system because I'm getting a message that we're due for a break in 2 minutes.
Wow, all right.
That's what I said. Yeah, so I'm gonna, I guess, wrap it up in like 2 minutes. Let me just go over this slide right quick. So basically, part of the expectations with confidentiality is assuming the responsibility for protecting the confidential information received by members of the team. Again, we talked about not sharing the information that is going on in the room and kind of respecting the parents' rights, even if you are related to the parents, because, you know, the parent still has rights, even though it might be your sister or your cousin or your daughter. Adhering to the limits of approved information sharing and seeking consultation with child welfare workers whenever in doubt regarding limits of approved information sharing. So what's a breach versus what's not a breach when you're putting all of this information together? So it's not a breach to let your neighbors know you are taking care of a child. Not a breach to share relevant medical or behavioral information with a babysitter, because you do want the person who's caring for the kid to know that, you know, little Johnny might be having some issues adapting to new environments. You might want to let them know that little Johnny has asthma and this is why they take this inhaler, or the kid is on the medication. You don't have to tell them what the diagnosis is, but if, you know, this medication isn't given in the regular time as prescribed, then you know, that's still a non-breach, because you want them to know what they're dealing with when they're caring for the kids. So it needs to be done in a way where you're not breaching confidentiality of that child. And some of those breaches look like telling people this is my foster child. You don't need to tell everybody it's your foster child. Just imagine the way the child feels when you share that information with everybody. It's not a good feeling. The child wants to be and deserves to be treated like a part of your family, so you don't want to share that is a foster child with everybody. You also don't want to share the mom's medical or mental health information with the babysitter. You know, and just because the mother has this diagnosis, it doesn't necessarily mean the child is going to have this diagnosis. If the child has like some behavioral challenges because the mom is schizophrenic, you know, what is the babysitter's purpose in knowing that the mom has schizophrenia or that the mom has, you know, certain medical diagnosis? So you have to be mindful of not just the child's information, but the parent's information as well. According to Ms. Erica, I think we have a 5-minute break due. We will resume at 1:46.
I'm protecting my stuff, yo. Give me the phone.
Hey, it's Mary from Honey. Our copywriter is currently on vacation, so we compiled a list of tweets to fill up this ad slot. Number 1, wow, Honey changed online shopping forever. 2. Shout out Honey for saving us broke girls trapped in a rich girl's body, one online purchase at a time. 3. Thanks, Honey, for making sure I saved that money. Fire emoji. Oh, and if you don't know what Honey is, we're the free browser extension that automatically applies coupon codes when you shop online. So hit pause, open a new tab, and do your wallet a solid. Go to joinhoney.com/Pandora.
Go ahead, Cherae.
Okay, can they see my screen, Donna?
No. Gotta share again.
Okay. Can you see it now? Donna?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're doing good.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, you just got off the screen again.
So I can fix that because I can hear you.
Yeah, just go ahead and share your screen again.
Let's see.
So go to share. You want to click on your PowerPoint again?
No, the problem is I can't see my screen.
You need to hover over the bottom to make your toolbar at the bottom come up again. It might be at the top. I'm not sure how your computer is set up. So you need to bring up your Zoom tools again. Move your cursor around and see what pops up.
It's not giving me the Zoom screen. It's only like, all I can see is my presentation. Can you see the presentation?
No.
Oh, sorry.
So you have to share the screen again. When you move your cursor around, nothing happens?
The problem is the only thing that's on my screen is the presentation. I don't know if I accidentally clicked on the Zoom.
Oh, okay, so then you need to park that or minimize it and then get back to your Zoom screen and go to find your share.
Okay. Sorry.
No problem. Your PowerPoint is on your desktop, so when you go to share, you should see your PowerPoint and you click on that and then hit the blue share button. There you go. Double click, there you go. I can see your screen now, Cherae.
Okay. Did I do it?
Yes, you did. Yay. Yes, you did.
It's set up like I did it though.
I said you did it.
Or you can see my screen?
Yes, I can see visitation.
Yes, I thought so.
Yep.
One of the words that keeps, thanks so much, Donna. One of the words that keeps coming up for us today is visitation. Okay. So visitation is not just face-to-face. It's also included with phone calls, web chats, letters, audio recording, attendance at familial, religious, or cultural events. Sometimes those visits with the birth family members can be supervised, unsupervised, or therapeutic. Usually when the visit is unsupervised, the worker will let you know, because visitation is a right. It is not, you know, to be dangled above kids' heads. I know I used to hear workers sometimes treat visitations like it wasn't a right. And it really, it's every child's right, depending on what's going on with the case. Sometimes visitations will be supervised if there are things that have happened with the case that might be, you know, of concern to the child welfare worker and as well to the courts. So sometimes the supervision can look like asking the foster parents to supervise. If there are unsafe or concerning things coming out, you would be reporting that to the child welfare worker, to the primary worker, and could be held at what's called the gathering center, which is different from our assessment center. I believe there are 2 or 3 gathering centers throughout the Bay Area. I know there's one in Pleasanton. I think there's one in East Oakland. And then I know that some of the FFAs utilize their own offices sometimes. As a resource parent, you're not allowed to alter those schedules for visitation. Usually schedules aren't set up right away. They are usually set up once the case goes to dependency investigation, and the dependency investigation typically sets it up and then deems how many times a week, where the visits will be held, if it needs to be supervised versus unsupervised. Okay. If it needs to be supervised versus unsupervised, your input as part of our professional team is important when it comes to that, because the agency needs to know if there's something of concern so that, you know, the child is not going into, she did not have proper boundaries with the kids. So she would often tell the kids about the things that she was doing now that she didn't have her kids. And it was very unhealthy behaviors. So those are reasons that you may want to report those concerns to, you know, the worker. And I know initially minor's communication with the mom, and then from that monitoring to the amount of time until the child actually stabilized, because
I can't hear anything.
I think we lost him.
Technology, fun. All right, so do you want me to move to the review? I was trying to pull it up behind my screen. I can do that. Oh, you're
Yes,
back.
please. Is Cherae back?
yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened. Yeah, we can go ahead.
All right. Let's.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry. So sorry.
Technology.
Guys, didn't realize I could run my mouth.
That's all right. So we're going to go through the review. Cherae, you want to read them? I don't want to take over your story. I'm happy to read, or for you to read and me to just switch the slides if you like. I'll go. Okay. Members of the professional team may include child welfare workers.
That's fine. You're not taking over anything. We're a team.
Okay. And lawyers. And the answer is
members
true.
of the professional team may include.
Sorry. There we go. Are you there and reading them and I just can't hear you?
I can't hear you.
I feel like I'm unmuted.
Okay, Amy, let's go back
you.
to the first question.
Okay.
Okay, Cherae, can you see it? Amy, go ahead and just read through it. It's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
So members of the.
But she was reading it and I couldn't hear her, but I can read it.
Okay, Cherae.
Go ahead.
It's fine. Members of the professional team may include. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You're breaking in and out.
Yeah, Amy should.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Read it.
Okay. Members of the professional team may include child welfare workers, therapists, and lawyers. That's true. If a child placed in my home needs to stay somewhere else for more than 24 hours, I need to discuss this with the child welfare worker. The purpose of the reasonable and prudent parent standards are to promote a, quote, as normal of an experience as possible for youth in foster care. In using the reasonable and prudent parent standards, you should allow for any foreseeable risks, the age and development of the child, physical health and behavioral propensities, ways children are likely to behave. You can tell the babysitter that the child has behavioral concerns and still respect confidentiality. And if you're having difficulties with the assigned child welfare worker, it's appropriate to communicate with the child welfare worker supervisor. That is true. If an activity is age and developmentally appropriate, a foster youth has the right to participate in those extracurricular and social activities. True. A resource parent can decide who a 15-year-old can call on their cell phone. False. Even if you believe that a child's mother is not a good parent, you still have to make the child available for visits if it is part of the case plan. That's true. Child behaves poorly after a visit with their mother, it is always an indication the visits are not good for the child. False. The end. Question. Let's see. Get to everybody's face. Okay, now I can see everyone. Any questions?
I have a quick question. Does like when you say like the kids have phones and they can they can call whoever they want. So if they come with a phone, like are we obligated to pay for a cell phone plan so they can actually use it, or is someone else paying for that, or how? Like I struggle a little bit to understand, like where how much control we have versus how much kind of comes with them.
So my understanding of that is if they come with the phone and someone else is paying for it, you have less control. If you have paid for the phone and you are giving it to that child to use it, you have a little more leniency around it in terms of what you can be monitoring and things like that. But I believe if they come with a phone, you're not required to pay the bill, as far as I've heard in my social work times. But Cherae, do you know something different?
You're not required to pay the bill. Usually a lot of the kids have the Obama phones. And I definitely hear what you're saying, because it's difficult to kind of determine the restrictions around the phone, but you may want to check in with the primary worker if you have the cell phone. Find out what those restrictions are, if there's any health and safety issues, and what are your limitations in terms of the cell phone.
Gotcha. And one other quick question about introducing the kids and stuff like that. And maybe this is a situation more related to us than maybe a lot of the other people in the group. But I mean, what if we have a kid that's staying with us and they are going around telling everyone, I'm only staying here for a couple months because then I'm going back to live with my parents, or stuff like that. Are there I don't know, any thoughts on navigating those sorts of situations where the kid is the one telling everyone they're staying temporarily, when maybe the case is we don't actually know how long they're going to be staying?
That's just it. And the kids will say things because they want to go back home to their parents, no matter what happened, what reasons brought them into care. So I think it's definitely a conversation you should have with the kid, because, when kids come in, we don't know how long they're going to be in care. There are situations where a kid can be returned in the DI, dependency investigation process. Sometimes we'll get cases from law enforcement and the agency might not see a need to file on that case. So the kid may be in care for 24 hours, may be in care for less than a week. It just depends on what's going on with the court, what's going on with the parents, what the situation was for the removal, who actually did the removal. So I think it's a conversation to be had with the kid to kind of ease that kid's mind in regards to how long they're going to be in care. But until you know for sure, which sometimes the agency doesn't even know for sure, you don't want to tell the kid or agree with the kid that they're going home to the parent next week. I hope that answered your question. He's like, yeah.
All right, I believe we're supposed to send you to the quiz for chapter 6 in Canvas. And then we're supposed to be doing that until 2:20. Is that everybody else's understanding according to the schedule?
Yes, that's okay. What I said.
All right. So looks like we're gonna be sending you over there to take your quiz. And then we'll be coming back. Wait, I may have gotten different direction. Please hold.
Yeah, we did. So I got.
She says we have till 2:20 to talk. All right, well, what are we going to talk about?
She just told me to wrap it up. I mean, I had a little bit more regarding, why did I just do that?
I don't know what you
for visits. It's still on our slides, and no rewards or punishment.
Yeah, they're supposed to be taking their quiz now.
Yeah, but Donna is texting me saying something else.
Okay, the texts must be coming through slow. So you can talk until 2:20, or you can send them to take the quiz now, but we all have to be back in by 2:45 because the films will start at 2:45. That's what I was trying to say.
So do you want me to start wrapping it up, or?
You have until 2:20 if you want, or you can send them to the quiz now. So either one.
Okay.
They just need to be back here in session at 2:45, however you want to do it.
How long are we giving for the quiz? A half an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to the quizzes then. It's fine. All right.
Okay, so everybody go ahead and toggle over to your Canvas, scroll down to module 6 and take the quiz there. Denise, hang on, we're gonna help you get there. I can see your, hold on. Okay, Denise, I can hear you now.
I said I'm good.
Okay. Did you get the email that Dominique sent you?
No, I don't know. I just pushed on it and it worked, so I'm good.
Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
Are we coming back at 2:35, Donna?
2:40 is good. Then we'll start there's 3 videos that they'll see for the panel. And then the panel will be joining us around that same time so they could watch their videos. We'll have until 3:45 with them. And then you guys can wrap up and send them the evaluation. And we're done for the day.
Okay. Does she have the return time screen? She's so organized.
She is so organized. I'm sure it's gonna pop up soon, but
I'm gonna sit with her for personal tutorials.
I know. And she's quick with it too. Makes it pretty. So you good, Cherae?
I'm good, actually. Thank you guys so much for all your support today.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'm wearing pants. Auntie. It's on my daughter's foot. Ouch, shit, ouch. She messed up your seat. Okay, let's see. Yeah, no. Gosh, why don't you guys pay for your music anymore? Like good kids. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, I can't.
All right. So we have 2 people that are joining us. They are actually the guest speakers. And I'm gonna go ahead and get the film started. The first presentation is Jasmine. The second will be Caitlin, and the third is Armando.
Okay. Okay, hello, my name is Jasmine Coulter, and I'm a youth advocate. So what brought me into care is that my parents couldn't like fully take care of me and my sisters. My mom dealt with drugs and depression, and my dad couldn't take care of himself, so nor will be able to take care of us 2 girls. Since my mom dealt with depression and drugs, she couldn't pay the bills, so they cut off the was happening when it cut it off. Like, it was basically have water electricity for like quite some time, like months before Social Security, so child. And when the social work and when the day of filing came, when the social work came, took me and my sisters, they sent us to a foster family. We was all together in Modesto. I really loved that placement because I was away from family. I wanted time to like kind of reflect and then just kind of like get away from people, negative people in my family. So that I only stayed there for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, like almost a month basically, until my auntie from my dad's side decided to take me and my sisters in. I didn't want to live there because she just wanted the money, and I didn't like her daughter, which is my cousin. And like before we moved there, like before we officially moved there, we was there for 4th of July, and she, like every time we would ask her, can we stay there after that for a couple of days, and she would, like she seems like she had an attitude with that, which what our dad told us about. I'm still in care. I'm about to age out like next week on Wednesday, on April 22nd. I've been in care since 2015. I was also in foster care as a kid. I didn't know much about that when I was little. I was a little bit. My time in care has been alright. I just wish they had people that care for me and my sisters, because we feel like someone is hearing us, someone's taking our side. It's always like you're taking the adult side and you're never taking our side. When I used to live with my auntie, she will always blame our mom for not taking care of us and not our dad. Like, she'll be like kind of bashing her and be like, this, like, your mom drugs, this and that, and never was on that fault. Like, it's both parties. My mom didn't have us alone. She went as far as saying, like, we was having a conversation about like cleaning and stuff like that, and she had the nerve to say, how did you have a clean house when you don't have any water or electricity? And me and my sister got into it because it's kind of like my mom's character, and that was kind of rude for you to say. It was your place to say it. She didn't apologize at that either. She thought she was in the right, but she wasn't. And it's always like, she'll do little things that she'll never apologize. Like, my family never apologized for anything they say. they always think they're right ever since we're kids that obey by them. So it was an incident one time when I asked her for money for school because there was this little thing going on, like a little multicultural thing. People bringing food around their culture, and my sister wanted to participate in that. And I asked her, "Can I have money for school?" And she told me that she doesn't have it. But then when later on that day, she came back with groceries and stuff, and in my head I thought she didn't have money, because when I said my mom said she didn't have money, we didn't have money to buy groceries or anything. And she gave me and my sister $6, which we're twins, and $6 ain't gonna do nothing. We couldn't buy as much what we really wanted, like mac and cheese or some Hawaiian, Tongan and Samoan food. We have to get something that's cheap, $2, something like that. The one thing I would say she did well is that she kept the water and electricity. We had a roof over our head, and that's the one thing I was proud of. I had time to turn my phone and watch TV and things like that. So yeah, the one thing that could have done, that she could have done differently was communication. All of her communication was kind of horrible, but hers was, bad. Because she wasn't that good at talking to people. And she wasn't that good, she's not good at approachable. I'd be scared to approach her on things. So if I wanted to go to a place, I wanted to go to Rock and Jump that my high school was doing, and I asked her a couple days in advance, can she take me and my sister to go, and things like that. And then the day of, she will be oh, I'm doing something or things like that, and we had to ask our friend to take us. And they wish they did, but it's communication is not that good. She will either forget, or she forget, and then the next day she'll be so what was that thing that you wanted to do? And I'm it was yesterday. It's already passed. You don't have to worry about it. And I feel like she did that so she won't have to put money in or anything like that. So it was kind of annoying. And even with incidents with we had a lot of incidents in that house, with our social workers. We'll tell social workers how we feel, how we feel towards her, and basically she will come back to us and tell us, basically come back and tell us what we told a social worker, and it got on our nerves, and we didn't trust a social worker at the time, and it was just a division in the house. I was so glad that we moved out, because she's so she doesn't, when she approach people, she approach people with attitude, not soft or have a soft tone. She has a rude tone to it, and it makes people be it makes me feel she is belittling me. So that was my time living there. The tips that I would give you guys is be patient, because it's a new situation, whatever you guys are doing. Sometimes they probably won't talk about their experience living with whoever they was living with, the mom, auntie, cousin, anyone. I would say you should let the youth be approachable. If the youth is not doing something that you don't like them doing, don't come at them aggressively. Come at them with a nice tone. Come with them how you want them. Come with them how you would like them to be, how you like to talk to. and no one likes to be talked to like it's like a young voice. Like I know there's like some people when they yell that means love, but like sometimes that can be triggering to us because whatever situation that we had in the past. Do fun things. Like we never did many fun things at the house. I don't have any fun like memory, like childhood. I have some childhood fun memories, but like it was always like not fun in the house. Don't talk bad about their parents. If you're gonna talk, if you are, like don't just blame one parent. Like blame both. But just in general, do not talk about their parents at all, because it's kind of like rude. Yeah, those are the tips that I will say. I hope you guys are having the time and you love and appreciate them. Just
Okay, how are you guys doing?
Hey, Donna, this is Armando. I'm checking in. I don't know if I got here late. I'm just following the email. I'm sorry to interrupt. The email said
You're perfect.
2:45 to 3:45.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and move to Caitlin's video. But I do want the audience to know that maybe 5 people have joined us. I believe there's Diane Ramirez. Jasmine is on the line. Jasmine's video we just saw. Where Caitlin is on the line. Say hi, Caitlin. Caitlin's video is next. And then I also have Armando. And James is on the line as well.
Did they provide a video for me, or am I?
I got your video and I posted it, so it'll play right after Caitlin's video.
Okay. So I just wasn't sure if I got here late, because I don't know if you guys have been here a minute already talking or not. I know the email said 2:45 to 3:45, so I was just,
Right. No, you're perfect. You're good. And thank you so much for coming.
Yes, glad to be here.
Yeah. So does everyone see Caitlin on the screen?
I see her.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to get her started.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I am a resource parent in Alameda County. I'm in the East Bay. I have been fostering for about 3.5 years. And during that time, I've had 12 placements, mostly longer term. The longest I've had a placement has been 1.5 years. The shortest has been about 4 months. After I did my RFA training, I went on to do my Cherae certification. And after I did that certification, I started taking mostly drug-addicted newborns at that point. And in the last 14 months, I've had 6 babies come home to me from the hospital. It has been quite the adventure. I have learned a whole lot during that period. When I first got into fostering, it was something I was really curious about, but I didn't know anybody that had done it, or so I thought. I didn't have any close relationships with people that had fostered or adopted through foster care, or so I thought then been in foster care or been touched by foster care in any way. So it was something I was curious about but had no real experience with. I found out about an orientation offered by the county, and when I went, I learned the staggering need that we have here in the Bay Area for homes, and within 6 months I had twins in the house. I just hit the ground running once I found out how extreme the need was, and felt that I was capable of helping in any way. It was a pretty prompt process back then to get CPR and all the wonderful things you guys have been doing. When I first got licensed, I was expecting maybe a toddler or a baby, because I was aware that the county doesn't place 2 under 2 in your first year. So I thought, maybe I would take on a sibling set, but probably just one baby. The first call that I got was for twin 1.5-year-olds. And I was shocked. It's a wild experience when you start getting calls in the beginning. And I said, I'd love to help, but I can't, I'm new. And so they said, fine, and went on to other homes and placed those kids. I talked to my licensing evaluator because I felt so bad having to say no when I was all set up and had the car seats and had the crib and was very eager to help. And they said, well, you could maybe ask for a special exemption in the future, but very rare to get a call like that. You won't get one again. 3 days later, I got a call for 4-month-old twin girls. And I said, oh, well, I just learned, you might have to get an exception if they needed to come here because I'm new. And they called back right away and said they got all the permission they needed and when could I come pick up these babies? And so the adventure began. Those children ended up staying with me for 18 months before moving on to a relative. And it was my first experience caring for a child overnight and parenting in any capacity. And I like to say that when you first start fostering, it's like baptism by fire. There's no other way to learn than by doing. And you will learn so much so fast because there's no other option. Since then, I went on to take on another sibling set, another set of twins, and they were 2 years old and their 3-year-old brother. I had them for about 7 months. And then I said, okay, toddler overload. I need a change of pace. For those 7 months, I was basically like running preschool out of my home and dealing for the first time with children that came from a pretty serious background of neglect. And that included emotional neglect and nutritional neglect. And it was, again, a severe learning experience. And from there, I switched gears and said, hey, I think maybe I need to do some self-care and do something a little different. It was really a difficult placement, but I was really committed to keeping the kids in my home and giving them the best opportunities that I could. And it asked a lot of me in the process. But the kids ended up doing wonderful while they were with me and just transforming hugely and then being able to reunify with their parent, which was an awesome thing to be a part of. That's when I did my Cherae training and decided to try something new and terrifying, which was taking premature babies home from the hospital that had had a very rough start. And then I just have kind of been in that lane for the last almost 1.5 years. And I always recommend to new foster parents, training is such a resource and community is such a resource. And without those two things, I don't think I would still be doing this. There's no way. Entering this as someone who had never parented before, who had loved kids and spent a lot of time around them, but they always went home, to having kids that stay for quite some time and you're the person primarily responsible for their care and for their medical needs and for any early intervention that they might need. Training has been a huge resource. I recommend to any foster parents I meet, do the Cherae training next. Whenever you get a chance, go for it. There's no such thing as too much information, in my opinion. Read books that might help you in your journey. Everyone's coming to this from a different spot. Maybe you're coming forward for a family member. Maybe, you really want to adopt. You're looking to have older children in your home or younger children, or you have no idea, you're open to anything. And there's a lot of resources and educational materials out there that can help guide your journey so that it's not as difficult as it could be. I always recommend Karen Purvis, The Connected Child. There's a lot of awesome groups on the internet where foster parents are sharing their experiences, and you can read, trial and error experiences from other folks and avoid those mistakes. And the county has a association as well for foster parents and relative caregivers, the Alameda County Foster Parent Association. They have been an awesome support. They help with diapers. They offer a scholarship fund a few times a year. where you can get some assistance, not just for your foster placements, but for all the children in your home, biological included. So swimming lessons, a zoo membership, anything like that, you can apply and hopefully receive the funds to cover that, which is a huge help, especially if you have more than one child at home. To get everybody covered for swim lessons for the season is an awesome opportunity. They also help with clothing for new placements. So we all know you don't get a lot of notice and you don't really know what's going to come your way most of the time. And that can be a huge help. And there's some other resources too that offer help with material goods. The county association also helps with the annual Christmas party, which is a huge help. The kids just get showered with resources, and the foster parents and relative caregivers too. We get a lot of support and have a fun time at that. But the networking is huge. I like to kind of mentor new families and make sure they stick around and have a favorable experience if at all possible. And having that community, having someone you can call when you're dealing with a child that is having a behavioral struggle and you don't know what to do, or you're just exhausted and you need a break, having people that get it that you can call and ask for help is priceless. And that's what will help have a better experience for everybody that's involved, including, you have a whole team that the county provides, but it's really important to have your own team too. Just people you can call and say, hey, can you bring dinner tonight? I've been potty training 3 kids all day, and if I have to take one more trip to the bathroom, I might just lose my mind. And getting the help. And thankfully, like I've learned, there's so many people that are connected to foster care in some way. And they're all around you already, and you're gonna learn more about that as you have your journey. I had friends that, their grandparents were in foster care as young children, and they come forward once they learn what you're doing, and they share how grateful they are. And it's a very connective experience in many ways. And so many people also don't know about it, and they don't know that the need is here and that we need more people to come and do the training and get licensed and step up. So it's a great opportunity to kind of be a champion for that in your community and all the different, paths you walk, and bring more people to this cause so that the kids can benefit before all else. So my biggest things, again, community, education. There's a lot of email blasts that go out once you're licensed about different training opportunities. And if you have like a specific area that you're interested in learning about, or you know the age of the child that you're anticipating and you have concerns, you can always ask around to some of the educators you've already been connected with and ask for recommendations that might help you have a better experience in transitioning that child into your home. And another thing that I like to advocate for, which is easier said than done, and every situation is so unique, but I really have become passionate about reunifying kids. When I first got into this, I thought like, oh, what a great way to start a family. I was very interested in adoption initially, and I didn't know what that looked like or anything at all. And I would have never guessed that I would have had 10 children come and go in a few years and have, had a hand in all this reunifying. I would have never guessed that's what my path would have looked like. But I've been very lucky to connect with extended family members and parents that are very eager to nurture these children and to pick up where you're leaving off, and to kind of co-parent in a very different way than most would imagine, and it can be awesome. I try to keep in touch with almost all my families, and I get birthday updates and Christmas pictures, and that's awesome. I just think that it's like an irreplaceable experience. There's few things that I could be doing that would feel more meaningful and impactful than helping a child and a family have a great start in their lifelong relationship, especially with taking the babies home from the hospital, like giving giving them what they need in that moment while folks can pull it together and make the hard decisions that need to be made, so that they themselves can parent healthfully, or that family members can get a call out of the blue that this baby exists now and needs you, and then they can step up. And filling that gap has been a really mind-blowing experience. And I try to encourage foster families. Of course, you get attached. Of course, you get attached immediately, and it hits you out of nowhere sometimes. But it's really a special experience to get to be that bridge. And I try to encourage folks to reach out, to be giving, to try to be as supportive and as much of an advocate for these families, especially the parents, as you can. It can make a huge difference in the lives of the child, or the children rather. And it can lead to like a lifelong connection with the family that in the end benefits the kids exponentially.
Okay, how's everybody doing?
Good. Good.
Good. Okay, we just
Doing
have
great. Doing great.
Cool. We just have one more video, and then we will go live. So this last video is of Armando. We saw him just a little while ago. This is Armando and his beautiful daughter.
Thank you.
Did you want to say anything to set it up, Armando?
Yeah, I would. So before you get started, I'll just say that thank you for everybody for hearing my story today. I'm hoping that by hearing my story, you can take from it what you need as far as when it comes to serving our community and our families. I had an amazing foster parent that made all the difference in the world when it came to me reunifying with my daughter. In the previous story, the lady was just sharing how she didn't think that she would be such a huge part of reunification. But at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. You know, we try to reunify whenever we can. And as a parent advocate, I'm passionate about that. But of course, the children come first and what's best for them. So here's my story, and I'm be talking a little bit afterward.
Absolutely. Thank you, Armando.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, my name is Armando, and today I'm speaking from the perspective of a father in hopes that my truth and experiences will shed light on the things that we're in the dark about when it comes to system-involved fathers. Growing up, I feel I had a pretty decent childhood up until the point my whole world was turned upside down by my parents' divorce. I was only 14 years old when this happened. To cope with the stress, I took to the streets and had my first experiences with an array of different drugs. By the time I was 17, I was being sent away to the California Youth Authority. Did I mention that I was a dad already? My daughter Vanessa, she was less than a year old when I was sent away for the first of many times throughout her entire life. It would be 8 months before I saw Vanessa again, and more than 3 years before we had physical contact. Vanessa's mom, she tried to make it work for the first year I was incarcerated. She made the trip from Antioch to Sacramento once, sometimes twice a month. But the cost of gas and raising an infant by herself became too much emotionally and financially. So as you can imagine, I started getting into trouble inside, and this got time added. This was too much for Vanessa's mom, and so she stopped coming. When I finally got out, I was 21 years old, and Vanessa was 3.5. I came home completely unprepared for fatherhood. And yes, I failed miserably at trying to be a father. My daughter, she had this amazing bond with her mother, and I felt like a stranger, which is exactly what I was to her. She was scared of her daddy, and this made me very sad. My daughter did not know me, and she was just protecting herself from the strange person in front of her. Me, on the other hand, I was more concerned with how I was feeling rather than taking into consideration that she was only 3 years old. Rather than deal with these feelings of inadequacy, I distracted myself the only way I knew how. I walked away from the pressure and responsibility of being a father, only to get caught up in the lifestyle of drugs and fast money. More than 1.5 years would pass in which I had no contact with Vanessa or her mother. During this time, I met my second child, Gabriel's mom. We had a short and fast relationship. Within months, Gabriel was born and we were married. Gabriel was less than a year old before I was picked up on a CYA parole violation. Less than 2 years when I was sent away to state prison for the first time. This is when my abuse became an addiction in the beginning of 18 years of going in and out of prison. Never out more than 6 months without getting caught up and going back to jail. Gabriel was less than 2 years old when I started going to prison. His mom tried to make it work in the beginning. The first time I returned home to them, I still had no idea how to be a father. I was restless and bored and eager to catch up with my old life again. After 2 violations, Gabriel's mom was done with me. Due to the lapse in seeing my daughter Vanessa with no real strong bond in place, our relationship suffered a great deal. I would pop in and out of Vanessa's life when I was out of prison. Her mom, she had an open door policy to let me visit with her, but after 4 or 5 days of doing that, I would get restless again and go right back to running the streets, and eventually I would end up back in prison. And it would be at least another year each time before I saw Vanessa again. My third son, Robbie, he is the same age as my first son, Gabriel. They're only a few months apart. I was having an extramarital affair, and I was cheating on Gabriel's mom. I didn't know about Robbie when he was born. When he was a year old and I was incarcerated, his mother put his pictures inside of my father's mailbox and told him that Robbie was my child. Robbie is the spitting image of me, and my father knew from one look that this child was definitely mine. He told me about Robbie, and to be honest, I ignored him. I didn't acknowledge him for several years. Robbie was 6 the first time I met him. I was not introduced as dad. I was more concerned with seeing if I could have a relationship with his mom at that time, but she had no desire to be with me, so I gave up pursuing a relationship with Robbie as well. It would be many years before I seen Robbie. He was 20 years old when we finally connected. I was never a father to Robbie. In the 18 years I spent of my children's lives going in and out of incarceration, there was only one service I was ever offered in jail as a parent to help me. When Gabriel was 6 years old, I was lucky enough to participate in the TALK program in the Santa Rita County Jail. The TALK program, which stands for Teaching and Loving Kids, was very instrumental in providing a space in which my son and I were able to bond despite being incarcerated. Not only did the program give my son and other children something to look forward to every week, a contact visit with dad, it was also the only real education on fatherhood that a lot of us men had ever experienced. We were taught a curriculum based on fatherhood principles. The sad part of my truth is that I would still spend close to 20 years in this vicious cycle, going in and out of jail and having inconsistent contact, if any, with my children. I remember re-entry into the community every time, and it was so hard to adjust with no support in place. Then you can add to the situation that I had no real job training or opportunities. It was a recipe for failure. My children were adults by the time I discharged parole in 2010. Vanessa, she was 22 years old. Gabriel and Robbie, they were both 18. I had missed their childhoods and still had no idea how to be a father. In 2011, my final child would be born, Jayla. Her mom and I had a one-night stand, and when she found out that she was pregnant, she moved up to Lake County to get clean. My mother bought me a ticket and made sure I was there for the birth, but CPS showed up to talk to Jayla's mom, and I took off to avoid talking to them. Jayla's mom, she received 12 months of services and did not follow through. I received a letter stating that my infant daughter was more than likely going to be introduced into the foster care system. I showed up in Lake County at the court hearing with my mother nudging me along. She was the only support I had. As an absentee father, they did not want to give me services, but eventually set me up with a case plan to follow. Jayla's mom had burned through 12 months of services, leaving me with only 6 months left to step up or give Jayla up to the foster care system. I received 1 visit a week and parenting classes all in Lake County. Traveling to Lake County was so expensive and such a hardship on my mother and I that I asked that the case be transferred to Alameda County. It was accepted into Alameda County, and I was fortunate enough to have a child welfare worker that showed me compassion and really wanted the best outcome for my little family. After much hard work and seeking out specific services for men, I eventually found what I needed. Jayla and I did reunify, and that's when, for the first time in my life, I became a full-time single father. Being a single father was more than I expected, and to be quite honest, I was completely lost. Then I remembered a man that I had met at the reunification celebration that we had attended. His name was Mr. Thomas Harris, and today he is my colleague. Thomas told me of a support group called the Fatherhood Circle Support Group. I was hesitant at first, just due to my experience of being underserved as a father. Then Thomas told me that they offer a small stipend for my attendance. I showed up at the group and realized that I had found what I needed for so long. A safe place where I would be able to encounter other men who, like me, had to navigate a system that is sadly but truthfully set up to deliver services primarily to mothers, while most of the time excluding fathers. I got so much from that group of men and the facilitators. They had navigated the very same system that I had. I was home. After attending for about 8 months, it was mentioned that there was a possibility for hire as a parent advocate. I've been a parent advocate now for 3 years. It wasn't easy, but today I have relationships with all of my children. This year, Robbie stopped calling me Mondo and finally started calling me Dad or Pops. Gabriel, him and I have continued to strengthen our bond. Vanessa is a mom now, and I have a relationship with her and my granddaughter. Sometimes I wonder if I saved Jayla from the system or if Jayla saved me. And when I think about it, I really think she saved me. Today, she is my #1 priority, and I finally know what it means to be a father.
Okay. So Armando, Cherae is going to Cherae and Amy are going to chime in, and then let you guys talk.
So I just want to open it up first for questions. I know the two videos and then the presentation are a lot. So does anyone have any questions? No? Where did Pepino? Oh, there's Pepino. I'm like, Pepino, you ain't got nothing to say. I'd like to talk to Caitlin, actually.
Okay, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
You are unmuted. Hello?
Yeah.
Am I on there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Me? Okay, I do have a problem for, not a problem, a question, I'm sorry. A question for Armando. What do you think, as you look back over that, what took you so long to accept the fatherhood and, you know, to make the decision to change? I can't hear. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Yes.
And your question was, what took so long for me to wake up?
Yeah, and this, I'm not trying to be judgmental. Please understand.
I get it.
Yeah.
I got to be as transparent as I can. As I said in my story, that I was on a vicious cycle, just in and out. I never had anybody really present me with an opportunity. It was just a vicious cycle. I would get out and I would, you know, there was no services there. There was nothing. I mean, I'm not trying to point fingers, but I would get out and just go back to what I was familiar with and what I knew how to do. And that always ended me right back up incarcerated. I think what changed it and what got me to where I'm at today was just somebody believing in me. My child welfare worker and my foster parent. My foster parent primarily. And I get emotional when I talk about it because I can remember thinking, I'm never going to be able to do this. And that foster parent, her name was Barbara, and it was her first time fostering. Of course, for the foster parents that are listening, keep in mind that every case is different. Right. But this lady, after checking in with my child welfare worker and we had a group meeting, it was decided that she was going to be on my support team, my foster parent. And it made all the difference in the world. So
okay. I have one other question for you. Have you, do you have you considered speaking to other young men that are incarcerated that might feel the same way that you felt?
I'm glad that you asked. through this work that I've been doing, in the video it says I've been a parent advocate for 3 years. I'm actually been 5 years now because the video is a little older, a couple years back. So through this work, I've come across all kinds of opportunities to engage other men on fatherhood principles.
Right.
I'm part of the Alameda County Father Corps. If you're not familiar with it, I encourage you. It's through First Five of Alameda. Take a note of that, the Father Corps. Be a part of that. I've been into Santa Rita a couple of times. The last one was I was a keynote speaker to go in there and share my story and like, you know, how it's, you know, when someone finally believed in me and I just had an opportunity and just everything came together. So yes, I do. I speak as much as I can wherever I can. I prefer to speak to an audience rather than a video, but so yeah, it's been great. I love going into Santa Rita and talking to the men, and I've been there a couple times doing that through the sheriff's office.
You're going to do a lot of good. I surmise you're going to do a lot of good by connecting with some children or some young men that I would imagine felt the same way you did.
Yeah.
You know, we all have done some things that we are not proud of, but the best thing we can do is to keep ourselves correct and on the right straight path, but also to help some that might still be the same place where we were. You know, so pat yourself on the back, dude. There you go. You have my respect, that's for sure. Well, all of you do, don't get me wrong, but that was quite a story.
Thank you. A lot has happened since then, and I just got to put this out there real quick, and I'm gonna be quiet. But I do want a few minutes to share some. A lot has happened since then. When I took on my daughter and I got full custody and moved in with my mom, it was beautiful. My mom was helping me raise her. I'm just thankful that I've been through the trials and tribulations that I've been through, and that somebody believed in me. Because let me tell you, my mom passed away on us last year, right? She had a Mother's Day. It was bad, but you know what? The support and the people that are around me, I'm able to continue to parent. And then 5 protective factors are in place, which is huge. For those of you that are familiar with them, and the one that I'm very big on is parental resilience. Because without that, I wouldn't be sitting in front of this camera today. Thanks, Papino.
I think one of the things that Papino and Armando both touched on that comes up for me as a worker is I was always that worker who was there with my parents. I don't really care what the timelines say, but Armando, your story speaks to how our timelines for addiction and all the things you were going through in your life are not in line with family reunification and the time we give parents to do what we're asking them to do.
Yes.
So it really speaks a lot. And then to also have that foster parent on your side. And we actually just did the parenting piece for our presentation. It speaks volumes because sometimes you get parents who see little beautiful daughters like yours and automatically they want to adopt that kid. And I've had parents who sometimes try to sabotage the parent instead of support the parent.
It happens. I had an amazing worker too. I think I mentioned Miss Marie E. Moore. She's now retired.
Yes.
But she was my worker, and from day one, she just looked at me in the eye and says, "You can do this," and you know, and supported me. So it made the difference. Her, my foster parent, and myself, we were a dynamic team. Yeah.
That's right. And it's funny because I've actually, when I was in FR, I actually had the pleasure of reunifying with more dads, which is weird to me. Because it seems like the dads were able to like somehow manage the structure and build those relationships and get that support.
I have 7 people on my caseload right now. 5 of them are dads.
Right. And how's it for all of those guys?
It's you know, it's hard during this COVID, but I'm going to share when, you know, I'll just put it out there now, but we have, for those, everybody pay attention to this, we have an online support group. I have the link. I'm going to make sure that you guys have it today. I'm going to, if I can forward it to you, somebody that has an email I can forward it to, and it's a fatherhood support group and a parent leadership support group for moms and dads, and they're virtual, Zoom, they're Skype. It's a beautiful, we just started and it's going good. So remind me before I check out. I'll give you the information so everybody has it to encourage the parents that you might be working with. To all the foster parents that are listening, if you know, number one thing I would suggest is just encourage them parents. You know, let them know that you believe in them and that you're not trying to take their baby, because it's a stigma. It's a stigma. You know, man, foster parent just wants my baby, but I've been working hard for the past 5 years to change that stigma, because I had an amazing experience in the foster care system, but I know that's not the same with everybody.
I was just gonna say it's true, because I had to talk to these one foster parents, and they weren't county homes, of course, back a couple of years back, and it was like I could tell they were trying to sabotage the parent. And it's kind of like, you can't tell me what I don't know about this parent. I've developed a relationship. I'm seeing what the parent is doing on paper, and I know it was like the wife couldn't have any kids. So it's kind of like, it was painful for me as a woman to tell another woman, stop sabotaging this mother. She deserves to reunify with her child regardless of her past. We're here to support her, not to hinder her during this process.
Yeah, I want to say too, to speak on that, there's some of that can sometimes come through with like the initial even placement call. I do a lot of talking foster parents off the ledge, because sometimes you hear people talking so permanent oriented, like on day 1, day 3, which is just, in my personal opinion, I think it's shared in the room, not appropriate at all. I've had workers tell me like, oh, we're bypassing parents, we're bypassing, you know, really pushing that, and right out the gate, like there hasn't even been one visit. We haven't even been to court. We don't know what's going to happen and what's going to go on. And one of the cases that I'm still really close and in touch with the family today, that was the situation. I was told, you know, mom's going to be bypassed. There's other children lost to the system. You know, old habits die hard. Just a really negative mom bashing mentality. And I challenged that because I had asked, did mom visit this baby in the hospital? Baby was in the hospital for like 35 days. Mom visited every single day for like 8 hours a day. And I said, hold up, like we can't do that. That doesn't seem like the right, you know, move here. That baby's been with her mom for 8 months. They reunified after 7 months of her being in my care. And she's a phenomenal mom, a phenomenal parent. She needed help and support, and she surprised everybody with what she was able to do. And part of my changing the narrative right at the beginning, and instead of me jumping into, oh, I'm going to adopt this baby, this is, you know, yeah, let's bypass mom, and like really feeding into that narrative, instead turning all my attention and support into how can I support this mom and try to get her 6 months of services to start. And then once that happens, like how can I continue to support the family and push for more visits and more time once she's doing well. You know, the baby ended up right back with her mom where she should be. But it's interesting how those, you know, it comes from foster parents independently. I've seen it, that mentality, but it also, some people join this to grow their family almost exclusively. They want to do good deeds along the way, but they don't know what that looks like and what's going to be asked of them. And then when you get these one little liners of like, oh, you know, get comfortable, people get real comfortable real fast.
Yes, they do.
It's a delicate situation.
I mean, Caitlin, you guys do phenomenal work, and I'm knowing the people who are also on this chat are going to do phenomenal work as well. It's just, you know, from a worker's perspective, I'm one of the workers. I'm not lazy. I'm going to give the parents a good opportunity and take everything they're doing into account. And I always tell them, sometimes it's not what you see on paper. It's just your actions, because I'm all fact-based. So I'm glad that you were able to support that parent, because sometimes when you get the kid in, you will see what looks like a bypass, and then it might turn into something later. But it's also, you know, up to the parent to show things. Like I've had parents in the bed knowing we were going to remove their kids, calling, you know, drug programs. Show the courts that don't bypass me. This is my child. I want to get a shot at getting my child back. So I'm glad we're able to support that parent through that. It's phenomenal. What about you, Miss Jasmine? Is there anything that could have been done differently with your experience in foster care? You're muted. Okay.
I would say, like, for me personally, like, I wish the social worker would like listen, because I think I mentioned in my video where I didn't want to live with my auntie. I already knew beforehand, before I like come into the system, like none of my family like never like chimed in before the CPS was called. Like they all knew the situation and they never took us. And once CPS was called, they're like, "Oh, I'll be that one." So like when I was in Modesto, like I told my social worker, I was like, I don't want to live there. Like it's very negative.
Right.
And I will run away. Like if you put me in that placement, but I didn't. And like when I was there, like I felt like a lot of guys, what y'all were saying, like they kept talking like very badly about my mom, and like not like that I'm not blaming blaming the other parent, because they both dated, you know what I mean? Like they both have responsibility of taking care of their kids, you know. They brought us into the world, they did that, you know. So it's like it was like never, like I feel like the social workers was never on me and my sister's side. We'll tell them personal things, and the one thing I really is big on is confidentiality. Like if I'm telling you something personal that is on my heart, like don't go tell someone else, because now I can't trust you. Like I don't know if I can tell you anything. So like, but all my social workers did that, and I don't like. I already have bad trust issues, but now you're like making it worse. So.
Right. I don't know, when you talk, it just brings up a couple things for me, because it's kind of like you should be listening to the kid in terms of the placement issues, because to me, sometimes kids see things and feel things and know things, especially in regards to people that they are related to. But I think the issue, it sounds like you ran up against, is that the courts like to place with relatives. And even though they weren't there initially, I'm not making any assumptions or any excuses. Sometimes the relatives just don't want to be bothered with the parents. And that's why people sometimes don't step up, you know, prior to. Once the system is involved, it's different to set that boundary. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're muted.
Yeah, like I understand, because I was in foster care when I was like a little kid, where I didn't have like any senses. I didn't know what was going on. Like when I was a kid, I thought it was normal to live with your auntie or your family member, and now that I'm out, I was like 16 when it happened. I'm 20 now, so like.
Yeah, but 16, they should have been listening to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing I would tell you guys, like if the youth is like meeting with the social worker or the foster parent, like step into another room, like because that's like you're listening to her conversation. And the one thing like what my auntie would do is like she would turn the TV down pretty low. The TV's always loud, like TV's black. It's like 30 on 30 volume, and she will turn it down a little bit low so she can like hear our conversation. And then like later, right, like she'll say what we said, and it's kind of like, well, I didn't tell you that, like how do you know? But she'll try to act like she didn't hear it, so it's like, I know you heard it, because she didn't have good tricks. Yeah, like as a foster youth, I would say like,
right.
So like the one thing like I really
you muted yourself quick.
Oh, can you guys hear me? Like the one thing as I wanted,
Yes,
like
now we can.
The one thing that I wanted from like my family, especially like my aunt, is like love, because like I never like had it, like never had like affection of love. Like I was looking at the wrong like places of like what is love and like affection, and like they never like especially my auntie never showed us it. Like she kind of looked at us like we're nobodies, and the one thing is kind of like what as a foster youth is like having someone that can believe like what we've been hearing, like just that one person that believed in us and tell us we can do this this and this and that, like can bring up.
Right. And what you're saying also, it's bringing up for me is the work that we've done in terms of bringing some of the houses that have been, part of our foster homes up to date, basically, which is called a conversion. I noticed there's a lot of resistance with people who've been relatives and their homes had not been converted into the RFA home, and now they have to attend this class. Now they get to hear Armando's story, and they get to hear Caitlin's story, and they get to hear your story, and they go through, this process, and it's kind of like, they think they can do what they want to do because you're their relative and you're placed in their home, but there should also be a standard for that home. I've actually walked away from a couple of homes where I told my supervisor, I cannot sign off on this house. If that house is supposedly good enough for that kid, I would not want another kid to go into that house. So why would we place any kid in that house? So they've had to reassign a couple homes for me. So I definitely hear what you're saying, because you should be, able to advocate for yourself, especially at 16 years old.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because like before I was a youth advocate, like I was like RFA, like, oh, there's a new thing, and I was just like thinking, like, did my auntie do that? Because she definitely need to, like.
No, she did not.
Yeah,
that's been part of the struggle. Like, I've had a lot of struggle. I have a lot more struggle with people who have gone through the conversion process where they did not have to go through this process. They did not have to, do the training or have CPR and first aid. They never had an opportunity to hear from young adults like yourself who've been a part of the system. So it's kind of like, it's a struggle to bring those people into 2020 with us, and where this process is now, and where the state has a lot more requirements than when you were in foster care in your auntie's house.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say too, Jasmine, thank you so much for being on here and talking and sharing your story and circling back and helping this community, because we need, as a foster parent, we so need youth voices. So I just really appreciate you like opening up and sharing your story. And I just want to say, like, from the caregiver perspective, really important advice: don't take it personally, especially with placements. Like, if a placement isn't working, don't take it personally. Sometimes things don't work. Sometimes you have to put in more work to get them to work. It's not because the child in your home hates your guts necessarily. It's because they're a whole entire human being that is having their experience in life, and they have to be met where they're at. And it's not about you as the caregiver. You could be doing so many nice things and it still could not go over well because you're dealing with a whole other person. And I just see a lot of caregivers sometimes taking things so personally, even with like a toddler, just being like, I'm doing all the right things, I'm just struggling. And the same thing goes like with making a relationship with the biological parents of a child in your care, whether you're related to them or not, or they're strangers, just to not take it personally. I try to tell other foster parents, like, you're meeting someone at one of their worst moments. They're not going to be awesome and grateful and, cheery and thrilled to meet you right off the bat. It's going to take some work. It's going to be awkward. It's going to take some patience and some understanding.
I didn't trust nobody.
And why should you? To expect that of you would have been completely inappropriate. But foster parents do. And there's a learning curve. So I think that's just important as caregivers. Be patient, and realize that, and just find empathy wherever you can.
Well, like what you just said, like, I not kind of looking back at it, is like I felt like my auntie had she didn't know what to do, like she was having a struggle, and it's like it wasn't like we was bad kids and we were like doing this and that. She was just having a struggle of like how to communicate, basically, like asking us questions, how are we doing, like this and that. Like we never talked bad. My thing was like, I never talked bad to you. Like I never said disrespectful. Like, but your daughter can disrespect you, but you don't say nothing. And I'm like, but you get mad at me. I was just like so like weird, and I'm just like I felt like she just probably like didn't know how to like go ways. Like she didn't know how to. She probably felt like she was sitting like a brick wall, and like yeah.
But I think what you're speaking to is that there's a style, especially in the African American community, in the way that you raise kids. And, you know, I know in my household, what was often stated was that children should be seen and not heard. And that's not giving me an opportunity to learn how to communicate with you and to develop in terms of learning how to advocate for myself. So I think that's, like I said, that's the difference between the way that the RA, which was the previous program for relatives, used to be versus how this program is today. And even though it's a pain to some of our relatives, you know, who are working through this process, I dote on the process because I feel like you have to have some requirements with the things that you do. And if you want to do it 100%. Come in and take the class. This is just an exposure to certain things. This is an introduction to what the kids in the foster care system, how they've, you know, kind of managed their way through the system, and how, you know, parents have managed their way through our system, and how other foster parents interact and manage their way in our system. And it's not an easy system to deal with. I bet if we polled all of the parents on here today, they couldn't even tell me the difference between a lot of the workers' positions because it's so overwhelming.
So can I speak to that briefly?
Sure.
So I don't know how much more time we got, but I don't know. I don't even know how many people are viewing this right now.
I think it's 17.
Yeah, there's
17. So we have some foster parents in here, right?
Mostly foster parents.
Okay, good. I know, because sometimes it's, you know, we have some family members who are just trying to get their families, you know, their children in. So I didn't want to lose out on an opportunity to share with the people that are listening who the parent advocates are. For those of you who don't know, we're a dynamic team. There's 12 of us, and we're all parents that have navigated child welfare, and we're able to successfully reunify with our children. Now what we do is we offer support to parents that are going through it. You're going to come across a lot of parents that are, I think it even showed a picture of me in my little stories, that was a real picture of me, where it was a wanted poster, right? Back in the early, 90s, I was in trouble running from the law. But it's important that when you look at these parents to understand that a lot of them are just dealing with what they were dealt. I came from a broken home, and I'm not making excuses. But you're going to come across parents that just need support and just need someone to believe in them. The parent engagement program. One thing I wanted to share, because this will probably be the last time I speak unless I get called on again, is did you guys share with them about the chat referrals? Kristen?
Sorry, I was muted. We spoke about it briefly, but it's been a month since we had our class because of COVID.
Please take advantage of the chat referrals. I'm sure that we're still going to be doing them. It's just going to be something like this, probably a Zoom or just a phone call, because prior to the COVID, we were able to do chat referrals over the phone if the parent or the resource parent didn't want to show up. Chat referral, communicating history at transition. Please take advantage of it. It's helpful for the parents, of course, but it's helpful for the child most importantly. And a lot of times we can't make it happen. We can't make it happen if we don't have the resource parent on board. Alameda County, as an agency, encourages resource parents.
Armando, you cut out. While we're waiting,
Or that child is acting the way that child is acting because there's a certain thing that needs to be done a certain way, and it'll solve all your problems. So please take advantage of the chat referral if and when you can. And parent advocates, for those of you that are dealing with family members that are trying to navigate the system, or just dealing with a parent that's trying to navigate the system and you have their child in your home, mention parent advocates to them. Do you have a parent advocate? Because if you don't, I highly suggest you get one. I think that when it comes to the parent engagement program, what I've seen since I've been there in the 5 years that I've been there is that, man, parents really, once they understand who we are, we really can make a difference in just helping that parent get look through another lens, getting that parent to where they need to be. Because as a parent myself, I know what it was like. Everybody was judging me. I didn't trust nobody. I didn't trust Alameda County. I didn't trust none of that. I didn't have a parent advocate. If I had one, I think I might have been a little bit more. So all the parents that I work with, the first thing that I try to repair when I start working with them is I try to repair the communication that might be broken between them and the worker, because that is vital. I think with that, I don't have nothing else to share unless I'm called on. Thank you for giving me a time. Thank you for hearing my story today.
Thank you so much, Armando.
Yeah.
I want to, Cherae, I'm sorry to jump in. I wanted to see if James wanted to share anything before.
No, I was gonna ask him too. Yes, fine.
I think my biggest piece of advice to share. My biggest piece of advice is just have patience, because like Armando said, like Jasmine brought up, it's just new on both sides. You know, you never know what the other person's going through, whether it be the real parent, the parent, the resource parent, the youth. Everyone's getting a different piece of what's going on, and it's all new and confusing. So just being able to have patience from whatever angle you're receiving it from is just the most important thing to me.
That's great. That's
James, James, how old are you and how long have you been in foster care, and when are you aging out? Briefly.
This is actually my second time in foster care. I entered Alameda into foster care in Alameda County when I was 14. I'm 19 right now. I'm an AB 12, so I won't be aging out till 21.
Okay. Thank you so much for participating today. And thank you all for participating today.
I have one more thing. May I? Jayla, come here. Jayla, this is Jayla.
She's so beautiful. Hey,
yeah,
Jayla.
she was a year old when all this, and she's going on 9. So.
Dad, you are embarrassing her.
She's all right. She's good. She's good. Okay, you can go back out there now. Go. Hey, come here. Say hi. Say hi. Don't say hi and then you can go. Just say hi so they can hear your voice at least. So they don't think you're mute. Say hi.
Hi, sweetie.
That's Jayla, and she's she's changed my whole world. I'm gonna be sitting right here. She took me on a different path in life.
That's right. Keep them straight, Jayla.
I was just gonna say real
For
quick.
letting me share her.
That's awesome. I love Zoom for that fact. This was the best Zoom meeting I've been on, and I love that we got to meet her. We don't get that at a panel. I just wanted to say, piggybacking what Armando said about the chat and similar resources, as foster parents and relative caregivers, there is an opportunity to champion for the parents as they work their case plan, which isn't something that is really discussed at length. At least it wasn't back when I did my training. But I've networked and been like, hey, among other foster friends I know or other workers that I'm connected with, like, hey, I have a mom in Berkeley, like she needs housing. Do you know resources, and send it to the social worker, send it to the parent. Things like the fatherhood circle. I'm dealing with a dad, like, let me make sure he knows about the fatherhood circle and that the worker can get him in there if that's what we need to do. Because there's so much out there. And at the same time, it's so few and far between that not every worker that you're connected with or every parent you're connected with knows about all the programs that are available to them, or different, like a sponsor that would be the perfect person for them, or a parent advocate that could just talk to them on the phone and share their story and maybe get that spark to ignite. There's a lot that goes above and beyond the bare minimum that's asked of you as a foster parent, that can really be monumental, and all it takes is, that one thing to make the light go on. And like Armando said, someone to believe in you, someone to tell you like, hey, this is possible, right? Because oftentimes just what's asked of these families is astronomical, and it would be hard for anyone to achieve in such a short period of time. So I just encourage you to branch out and connect with other people that are doing the same thing you're doing, so that you can all kind of share those resources for yourselves, for the kids, and for the families.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Caitlin, and thank you all. What Caitlin touched on as we close out today brings up for me that, you know, we have to be patient with our relatives and the parents that we encounter. And I appreciate what you said, Caitlin. So I'm being told that our time is now coming to an end. I'm sure you guys are all sad.
I got another Zoom meeting in 10 minutes. I'm good.
We're wrapping up right now, Armando. Donna would like for me to remind you guys that you need to go into, I'm sorry, what'd you say, Donna?
Canvas one more time and do the eval, and they're done.
Thank you, Donna.
So, thank you so much, Armando. There is a evaluation that needs to be completed to all of the relative caregivers and future caregivers on here. Please go into Canvas and complete that. And Donna, can you chime in on how they're going to be getting their certificates?
Dominique is going to follow up on that, but I believe it's going to be mailed to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are all be getting your certificates by mail.
No, the certificates will not be mailed.
Email?
They will be emailed. They will not be mailed out.
Okay.
Yeah. Dominique, yes to your question.
Where is one? I know we got to go, but where's the foster parent champion? What's his name? The elder gentleman. What's his name? He's here every time.
Tracy?
Huh?
Is it Mr. Tracy or is it Robin?
Robin.
Robin, yeah, where he at, man? Because he always say, if you're not part of the Foster Parent Association, you need to sign up now.
I put a link in the chat. I got them covered.
Hey, sign up for the Foster Parent Association. That's what it's called, right? Foster Parent Association?
Yes.
There
yeah,
is
and I dropped a link in the
Robin
chat for
present.
everybody. You can apply online. If you're through Alameda County, your first year of membership, which is $40 or $45, is actually covered by the county. And you're able to receive clothing, diapers, formula when they have it for all the children in your home, teens too. So if you have that need, we have a monthly meeting, we do training hours, and a better way is also offering a virtual support group for foster parents twice a month. So I put some links over on the side for you guys.
Thank you, Caitlin. That's very helpful.
All right. So, I mean, it's been a pleasure, really. I'm glad to have seen all your faces again. I'm sorry that it took us so long to get back. But thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'll hang out here for a little while. But please go and do the evaluation. That'll be awesome.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to sign out.
Okay.
Thank you, Armando.
Until the next time.
Yes.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Amy, this is Denise. I was wondering, I never did receive the certificate from the orientation. I called the lady who was over it and never heard back from her or anything, and I don't know what was going on with that because I've never received a certificate from that.
Cherae might be able to answer that question better than I would. I don't know who's in charge of that.
Usually it's Felicia Brown who handles the orientation certificates. Everybody has been out with this COVID thing, and basically staff, some people have come back as of the middle of last week. So I'm not sure if Felicia has returned, but you can always check in with her. Do you have her number?
Yeah, I took her number down at the meeting that we had, and so I had called her right after we left that meeting, and this was before COVID started or whatever. And I called her right after we left that first meeting, and never heard back from her or anything. So that's why I'm just saying, I'm just letting somebody know I never received the certificate and never heard back from her after calling her. So I don't know what's going on, and I know that a lot of
Who's
people.
your RFA worker, Miss Denise?
What's her name? Maria.
Maria. That is, are you an unmatched parent?
Pardon me?
Are you an unmatched relative? Are you a relative to a child?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I don't know a Maria, and I'm an RFA worker. So I'm like, who's Maria?
Maria Wright, Edgar.
That's a dependency investigation worker, and it's actually yeah, Maria.
I don't know. I talked to so many.
Give me a moment. I'll look it up for you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's not an RFA worker. What I was going to do was refer you back to the RFA worker, and she can actually go in and get your attendance, and then that can serve as your certificate, because we just need proof that you attended the orientation.
Oh, okay.
Or she can actually, whoever your RA worker is assigned, can actually contact Felicia directly and see what's going on with your certificate.
Okay. I forgot who the person was. I mean, I've talked to so many different people. It's just, I just can't.
Remember that last section we just went over, Miss Denise?
Yes.
That's what we're talking about. I think that's why they interweave that conversation into this training, because it's a lot.
It is.
Yeah, make more different decisions. Maria is working with the parent.
Okay. All right.
But she also dictates the visitation schedule. So she wouldn't know anything about your RFA certificate.
Okay. Well, I can't remember who it was then. So I don't know.
It's fine. You go ahead and complete the evaluation, Miss Denise.
Okay, I will. All right.
Okay, you have a blessed one.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Let me see. Where do I go?
Go to your Zoom screen and then in your meeting.
Oh, okay. Also go leave meeting.
That's perfect.
Okay. Oh, and then that'll take me, I won't leave that other place though. I'll be able to get right back to where I need to do the evaluation.
Yeah, this only closes Zoom.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
And what area is in the where we got to go?
How can we get the links once we close Zoom?
I would go ahead. You can't get them after. Well, they'll be in the chat, but it's better to go ahead and copy and paste them now.
Okay.
Copy and paste what?
I'll go ahead and just copy and paste them since I have everybody's email. I'll just send it out that way.
Thank you. So you all, Amy, do you have more to say to the group, or Cherae?
No, do you want me to end?
Make sure that everybody is okay before we end, but yeah, whenever you're ready.
Okay. I felt I said my goodbyes. My farewell.
So do you want us to just leave the meeting, Donna?
I can end it. It seems like everybody is logging off one by one. So thank you, Dave, Javier, Papino.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much. Care.
Just for Papino, just click leave meeting. So go back to your Zoom tools and it should be in the right corner.
Meeting. Okay. All I see is Donna Orviz. That's all it's.
Okay, so do you see chat at the bottom, mute, start video, any of that stuff at the bottom?
No, ma'am. I can go to Zoom, but I have a black screen that says, it says Zoom cloud meeting with the white screen, and to the right of it, it says Zoom Donna Orviz with a black screen.
Okay, well, I'm Donna.
Okay,
So
okay.
let's see. Okay, go all the way to the bottom.
You know I can kick him out, right?
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, that sounds so mean.
I know. We don't want you
Right.
to do that. We can kick you out, but you need to know how to leave, because I'm sure this is not the only Zoom meeting you'll be in. So,
Okay, so.
I mean that in a loving way.
Yeah, sure. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But okay, do I right click it or what?
Well, okay, move your cursor around. Something should pop up when you move your cursor around. That toolbar should pop up.
Okay, it's saying I do have the bottom.
And you said leave meeting?
It doesn't, I don't see where it says leave meeting though. I mean, I could just hit the X.
Sure, try that.
That's doing nothing. Leave meeting, there it is, there it is.
Okay, it was so nice meeting you both.